Morning, Courtney, or afternoon, I guess, depending on where you are.
Good morning. I'm in Seattle, so it's bright and early.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. This is Kevin Lanahan. I'll be your host. Courtney's here, so we're just about ready to go, but we're going to give it till a minute or so after 9. Actually, no, we'll start right around 9 and get everything wrapped up in 45 minutes with questions. It'll be awesome. Look at all the people. And so, Courtney, is Julia joining us?
It will just be me today.
Okay. Sounds good. Hope everybody's ready for a fun-filled, action-packed day of Drupal-y adventures. Okay, we are just about ready to start. Just before we get going, a few housekeeping things. Make sure that you're muted because we want to hear Courtney, and she doesn't need to hear from us until it's time for questions. Courtney, would you like to have questions at the end, or as just keep track of them as we go? Do you have a preference?
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on questions in the chat. I plan on answering most of them at the end, but feel free to put them in the chat as we go.
That sounds great. And with that, I think we are ready to start. Let me start recording here. And we are recording. So welcome, everyone. We have Courtney Clark with Forum 1 here to talk about content models. If you have questions, please put them in the chat. If you need captions, we found yesterday that using Firefox as opposed to Chrome seems to work better with our captioning system. We do have live captions if anyone needs it. And of course, all the sessions are recorded and will be available on YouTube later. So with that, Courtney, I'm going to turn it over to you, and welcome.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kevin. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining today. Welcome. Today, I'm going to talk to you about content models and how they're the design tool you've never considered before. My name is Courtney Clark. I'm the VP of Design at Forum 1. There's my contact information. I'd love to connect on LinkedIn, especially if you want to chat about content models later or other questions come up. At Forum 1, I lead a talented team of 13 visual designers, user experience designers, researchers, illustrators, animators, really amazing team. My specialty is user experience design. So I've been conducting UX research and doing usability testing and wireframing and site mapping, all the stuff that comes with that for the last 15 years, and primarily with nonprofits, government, and foundations. I'd also like to give a shout out to my colleague, Julia Bradshaw. She contributed heavily to this presentation, and I'm thankful for her input here. In the chat, if you'd like to, I would love for you to share your name and location. Helps me get a sense of who you all are and where you might be located. It's up to you if you want to share that, though. DC, North Carolina, Maryland, Virginia, Colorado, Oregon. Wow, Germany, San Francisco, DC, Portland, Missouri, Massachusetts, Florida. Great. Thanks so much for sharing that. It's fun to see folks from all over joining. I'm located in Seattle, Washington. The sun is slowly trying to rise here, so thanks for putting up with my interesting lighting right now. I mentioned that I work for Forum One. We're a digital agency who works primarily with nonprofits. We've worked with over 1,000 organizations and done many projects. Our focus is really to create experiences that have an impact. And we do that for like I mentioned, nonprofits, foundations, and government. Here's a quick sample of the clients that we work with. One of the many reasons that I love working at Forum One is the amazing clients whose missions I get to support with the work that I do every day. Enough about me. Let's get to the topic at hand. Here's a quick agenda for what I plan to go through today and talk about content models and how they can be really helpful to designers. Before we dig in too far, I want to introduce some key players in this story and process. So our project teams are typically made up of this group of 5 emojis, 5 people. Typically, we have a project manager, a backend developer, a UX designer, a front-end developer, and a visual designer. Sometimes our teams are a little bit smaller, sometimes they're bigger, depending on the project, but these are the cast of characters involved in this process. And this is me, the UX designer. I'm telling this story from the perspective of the UX designer, and these are the common responsibilities that I have on a project. So everything from discovery activities where we're learning about the group's goals and audiences, additional research, the content inventory, the content model, that's an important one. And then finally, sitemap, wireframes, and prototyping. And along the way, there's tons of collaboration with that team. I'll be in backlog grooming sessions. I'll also be supporting the other designer on the project, even doing a little bit of QA. But a big part of my work as UX designer is creating those wireframes. And you know, they're simple black and white blueprints for various pages on the site. I present these to the internal team. I also present them to our client and get sign off. I'm making changes along the way. And eventually this is informing both what is visually designed when we add the look and feel, the colors and the images, but also what's built as we move into development. So this is where sometimes we hit some snags in the process. My primary role in the development phase is to be there to answer questions that the developers might have, especially around intended actions or interface elements, what's clickable, what's not, where does this element pull information from? And this is totally reasonable. It's predictable to have these types of questions, and it's important to ensure that the team is developing the pages, how we envision them, how the client envisioned them. So this is some of the common questions we get. The challenge really is, though, that we were facing is that sometimes those questions come months into the development phase. And at that point, I have already moved on probably to other projects. The wireframes are done, right? So I'm there to support, but I've got other things on my plate. And sometimes it can be difficult to carve time aside to recall what I'd planned, to like think back to wireframes I may have created 3, sometimes 6 months ago. And sometimes questions come up, and to be honest, like sometimes I didn't think about that question, or I didn't make a plan for it. And I have to come up with a solution pretty quick because I don't want to slow down the rest of my team in development. And all of that seemed very inefficient. It seemed like there was a lot of room for improvement. So after hitting these snags on a couple of projects, there are patterns that emerged, of course. And they were largely in the types of questions that developers were asking me. So they'd ask, do you really need 2 components that are nearly identical? Like maybe they had one piece that was different. Another common question is, okay, I see what you have on the page. Where does this piece pull from? Where are you getting this from? Another one is, how is this maintained? Is this populated? Is the content populated manually or dynamically? So sometimes these questions and notes were in JIRA tickets. Sometimes they were captured in the wireframe or the page design annotations. But generally, they were being captured like inconsistently. It varied from like project to project. And I knew that that was not a great approach, that we could save a lot of time and development if I had the answers quicker and was a little bit more prepared so that I could get answers, down the road. So the challenge was, how do we get these answers earlier and prevent that sort of churn that's happening in the development stage? So enter my hypothesis and a couple things that I tried. My hypothesis was that if the designers front-loaded that work, answered those questions, documented common questions and answers in the design phase, that we would not only make developers' lives easier, but we'd save time. It would just benefit the whole project. And my mantra through this was always like, how do I make your job as a developer easier? What can I be providing? How do we make this smoother? Because I want that transition from discovery to design to deliver to be smooth as butter. So the first thing that I tried, the first prototype, we'll call it, is documenting these questions and decisions in the design file. We use Sketch for our design files. Kind of good news, like it worked and it was helpful, but it was not very efficient. The challenge was that this was something that only I could edit. Like other people on the team could edit the file, but they had to like download it, they had to be familiar with Sketch, get in there, make a note, save it, put it back on Drive or send it to the team or upload it to Envision. And that created a bottleneck. So not terribly efficient. So I went back to my trusty team and did a little research. I asked developers and technical architects and quality assurance folks, and even like other UX designers and visual designers. I asked them, where would it be most helpful to document this type of information? And the answer that I heard was document it in the place that's closest to implementation. Okay, so let's figure out where that is, right? JIRA tickets, very close to implementation, but those often are created a little bit later. Like when I'm in design, maybe they're starting to be created, but they're not fully fleshed out. And we're writing acceptance criteria, yes, but those can sometimes be very point in time. And we needed a living document that could evolve over time and something that other team members could come back to and could edit. So we wanted something close to implementation. We also needed a living document. So I was looking at what we already had potentially that we could use. Drum roll, enter the content model. this document is something that in our process, the UX designer starts. They do the draft, they review it with the developer and certainly get lots of feedback and input, and then eventually review it with the client. There was a point where we hand it off to the lead developer, the technical architect, and they then own it and maintain it as we move into implementation. So this seemed like the next place to try this out. So this was my second prototype. I added some more tabs to the content model, and I asked for feedback along the way and iterated and kept asking what's missing, what would help fill your needs better. So let's dive in. Let's talk about this content model. So in our process, we first do a content inventory, and that helps us understand the depth and the breadth of all the content on the existing site. Now, of course, this only works if you have an existing site. This doesn't really work for brand new sites, the inventory. So after we do the inventory and we've done the audit and we know what we're keeping, what we're removing, and what needs to be removed or rewritten, the UX designer's job is then to do a draft outlining the content types, the fields associated with them, and any notes about them. You can see there are lots of columns here to fill out. We take a first crack at it, and then we coordinate with our developers on the team to review to help us make sure we got things right. Like sometimes I don't always know the correct field name, or there are lots of things in here. I'm not a developer, so I really rely on my development partners to guide in this. But at this point, I know a lot about the content. I've looked at a lot of the content, and I'm providing that initial structure. So this spreadsheet, I should say that Forum 1 has been using this content model spreadsheet for years. It was originally based off the content model template that Palantir created in, I think it was 2013. And over the years, we've adapted it for our team's needs and for our work. I should note that at the end, I have a link to that spreadsheet if you're not familiar with it. But in summary, the content model felt like the right place to try this, to try documenting these details to prevent all those questions coming up so much farther down the road. The other benefit of the content model is that it really is something that the team rallies around and unites them. When the content model is filled out, designers are referencing it to see what needs to be in the wireframes. Like if they're taking that content type and they're designing, it tells them what content needs to be on the page, what fields are there, what's required, what's not. And we then understand how the page needs to be flexible or adapt based on that. It informs what developers will build down the road. And it's also something that our project managers and our quality assurance team members are tracking and will reference as well. So it seemed to be like the right thing to edit and to unite us. Another thing that is important about our process, we've had great success in reviewing the content model beside the design together when we're reviewing them with the client. And we started doing this when reviewing both wireframes and designs, because it really helps our team confirm we're doing the right thing, but also it helps our client have a much stronger understanding of how the content model connects with those pages and with those components. So this helps them understand how the design would work as a system rather than thinking of these as one-off separate pages. So at this point, we're like talking about tagging and how, events are tagged by topic, for example. So we had great success there. So it seemed like, again, content model would be a great place for this to happen. I see a question in there. If you could have a copy of the slides. Absolutely. Right after this, I'll upload them to the Drupal GovCon website, and it'll be on the session detail page. If you follow me on LinkedIn or email me, I will also share a link as well. So we have the content model with this past success. I then thought, okay, maybe we could do this same thing. We're doing it for content types. We're doing it for taxonomies. Maybe I could do this same thing for content views. So we created another tab in the spreadsheet and started outlining those different components. And for each component, we documented what content types would utilize that component and the field names and where the information pulls from. So you can kind of see here, if you look all the way over to the right, well, actually, let me tell you what this is. This is a featured, actually, sorry, I have a zoomed in version. So this is, you can see on the left, we have like featured content blocks or cards. Beloved cards. How many of you have card styles everywhere? And they're just slightly different. So here we've got a couple featured cards. But early on we said, what content types are going to need a featured card style? And so that's what you're seeing in the yellow there in the middle. A post type would, yes. An event would, yes. Resource, yes. Wiki, no. Profile, no. Okay. We'd also need to know what the field names were and where that information would then be pulled from. And what we see when we do this is that for events, we can use, we really tried hard to use the same layout, but they would have, you know, an additional field type with event type. And so we need to make sure to adapt for that. You can see here that the first one, style, applies for most of the content types. And then the second one with the guy in the field, the picture with the guy in the field, that's the one we would use if you feature an event. So the great thing about this is as we were doing this, we first started identifying components we would need. We were able to pull a list of existing components that were used on the site. We had a review of the content on the site and then identified additional components or components that needed to be redesigned. We took a stab at outlining the fields, pulling those over for what we wanted to show in this component specifically. And then we started wireframing and then eventually designing. So as the wireframe was done, we'd take a screenshot and we'd plop that in here and review with the team and make sure we weren't missing anything. And then as we moved into visual design and you start to see the color applied, the fonts, the look and feel, the images, as soon as those were ready, then we'd put those in here. So the really lovely part about it was that we were able to have a visual, which was great for our designers who are kind of visual thinkers and developers too, right? And front-end developers to reference alongside the content model information about where this is all pulling from. I see a couple of questions. I'm going to go through and talk a little bit about the results, and then we can come back to those questions. Oh, the one other thing I want to note here is that on the right side, you'll see notes. And so we also, as you can imagine, this was evolving through the design process. So it was our job as designers to keep this updated through the reviews we would have with our internal team. Big decisions that were made or big edits were documented there on the right to make sure that if somebody down the road was like, wait, this thing's now missing, or why did you do this? The really big decisions were in there, so it was easy to reference. That was another issue that we saw later in implementation is sometimes decisions were made and then the whole team was like, it's 4 months later and you're like, wait, why did we do that? I don't remember. So the results. I went back after this process and talked to my team and asked what worked and what didn't. Like my first attempt, it worked and it was helpful. Okay, great. But it had even more benefits from that. The whole team could edit this document with or without me. This was really key when the visual designer was updating screenshots and when we handed this document over to the developers. And I also found that during development, the amount of time I was spending answering questions was reduced significantly because a lot of those common questions were answered in the content model now. And when I say time was reduced significantly, I think in general, I was spending about 6 hours a week answering questions, and that was reduced down to 1 hour a week, which is pretty amazing. I think the other benefit here was that I was feeling much more confident in my decisions and the answers to my questions because I'd done so much, the team, and me included, had done so much upfront thinking early on. And the clients also had fewer design questions during development because we talked through it in such detail with them. We eased them in, of course, because some folks aren't as comfortable in content models. But a lot of the questions were answered early on. And lastly, and most importantly, right, the team was happy. The developer was really pleased to have this outlined and to no longer have to guess on the direction or the decision and not have to wait for a designer necessarily for answers. Now, I will say that, of course, there are still questions. That's bound to happen. We're human. We can't think of every possible thing somebody on our team may ask or need. But the big improvement here is that those questions were asked earlier. And when questions were asked later in the process, the answers were quicker and we were much more prepared to answer. So I mentioned earlier those really common questions. The components that are nearly identical, that was really easy to spot once we had that content views tab in the spreadsheet, so we could catch that earlier and really ask ourselves a question then before anything got into development. We could say these are nearly identical. They are one field off. Are we sure we can't combine them? So we were always referencing the content model and trying the best we could to prevent that earlier in the process. Where does this data for this component pull from? Outlined. It's in the content model. Easy to check. Is this populated manually or dynamically? Again, in the content model. So summary is that there were many benefits to this. This is a process we continue to use. The other great part is that designers and developers started speaking the same language because they were both contributing to the content model spreadsheet. As I mentioned, there was a time savings. There were fewer questions, better documentation, which meant we could move much more efficiently. We also just had better review meetings with our internal team and with stakeholders because of that alignment, because designers and developers were totally in sync. I have a couple lessons learned and some resources to share. Okay, lessons learned. Tips for those of you who are raring to go and ready to try this. The first one is to be open. In this case, if you're a designer, ask your developers what you need, what are the common questions they're always asking on projects. Now, there's a lot that could be answered here, right? And so my advice here is don't try to boil the ocean. Don't try to do too much. We had 3 little questions we were trying to get answers to. And as you can see, there were a couple prototypes, a couple of things I tried to get to this solution. Limit the amount of stuff you're going to try and plan on iterating over time. Don't try to solve it all at once. That can be unachievable and very difficult. Other advice, set up a cadence to review the content model. This just always takes longer than expected. So make sure you give yourself adequate time and have those. For us, it was really helpful to have those regular meetings to make sure we made it through both internally, but also with the client. As I mentioned, there's that notes area on the right side. Make sure you note major questions in the content model. You will forget later. So make sure to make a note of it. Decide when you'll no longer keep the screenshots updated. Ooh, this is a tricky one. So getting those screenshots in there was fairly labor intensive. And they, in the design phase, they can get outdated quickly. They can also get really outdated once you move fully into like, and front-end development's complete. For us, we use Pattern Lab. And so this gets to number 6, but like decide your source of truth. Number 4 and number 6 go hand in hand. Decide when, like, on X date or when we get to X part of the project, we're not going to update the screenshots anymore. Number 5, make sure to set a handoff date. For us, like I mentioned, the UX designer drafts the content model, reviews it with the client, with the developer, you know, working hand in hand, but the owner then ownership is transferred to the developer. So set a date for that. This is very much like, who's got the ball? I thought you were doing that. So that just needs to be really crystal clear if you are doing that handoff. Number 6, define the source of truth for each phase and who maintains it. Eventually, for us, Jira and Pattern Lab were the source of truth. The content model serves as a great place to work those things out before we're fully in the thick of development. So this is another thing that it's really important to be on the same page with your team. And then finally, be flexible and adapt as needed. This was a learning process. We really did communicate that we're trying something new. This is a prototype. It may fail. It may do great. And as you can see, my first prototype kind of failed. So this requires everyone to sort of be flexible and know that we're just going to have some hiccups and we're going to have to sort it out. I have a couple of resources here. The first 2 are from Palantir that I mentioned, which is where our spreadsheet originated. I'd recommend you downloading that. It has all of the tabs. Like I said, we've just adapted it. And then if you're interested in learning more about content modeling and that approach, especially from a UX perspective, these links and the last one, there's a video and a book in there that are pretty helpful. Great. I think there are some questions in there. Again, thanks for sitting through the presentation. Feel free to contact me. I'd love to connect on LinkedIn. And one more shout out to my colleague, Julia Bradshaw, who contributed heavily to this talk. So I'll open the chat. How do you want to do this, Kevin? Do you want me to just start at the top with the questions and read them?
Sure. It looks like the first one is the result of a content audit the same as a content model?
No. For us, the content audit is more about what content we are keeping or removing or rewriting. For the content audit, we work with our clients on this to outline who owns that piece of content. We're often working on really giant sites with tens, if not like hundreds of thousands of pages. And so a really common issue is that once we come in for the redesign, the site may be overgrown. There's content that they didn't even realize was there anymore. Or, you know, John was supposed to like maintain this content. John's no longer at the company and we don't want to delete it because we're a little bit afraid, like maybe it was important. The content audit is the opportunity to review that, assign a new owner, and decide whether that needs to migrate and be part of the new site. The content model, to do the content model, we look at the content audit and we say, okay, here are the content types we're seeing, and let's make sure we have the correct fields. And so the common issue we see there is sometimes groups will have created, like I've seriously worked on a project where there were like 50 content types, and we're like, we're not going to need 50. Let's figure out what we're cutting. Sometimes groups will have content types with fields that they don't even use anymore. So the content model then identifies what are your content types, your fields. We also identify taxonomies. It's really like the cleaned up version after we do the inventory and audit. long answer, but I know this is complicated stuff.
Yeah, thank you. Jason Weekly asked, can we get a copy of your template Excel file?
Yeah, so this is done in Google Docs, and it's actually, I can share the immediate link for Palantir. They've had theirs open since 2013, and it's nearly identical. We've like beautified it a little bit. So that's the link I can share immediately with you.
Okay. Ralph Kohler asks, if you start with the inventory of an existing site, isn't there the danger that you keep a possible bias or blind spots and so forth? Let's see, life of the previous previous creators of the site brought in wouldn't be the creation of a domain model during the discovery phase be more beneficial beforehand, so it's decoupled from the current site and focus first on the stakeholders domain? That's a long question.
Yeah, I think I get the gist.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the question is like, isn't there a risk if you're not starting from scratch, if you're using the inventory to inform what you're designing and structuring? Yes, there is. There's also a risk because you have the same stakeholders potentially. In my experience, I have had many clients where we come in and we're like, okay, what do you got? What are we doing with all this stuff? And they're like, blow it up, blow it up. We don't want any of it. We're redoing everything. But that isn't true. I've learned that lesson several times. It's not true. It's not sustainable for the size of sites and projects that we're working on, which are quite large. It's not feasible for teams to recreate that content from scratch. It's not feasible for us to totally blow up what existed there before, because we're also working with humans. We're creatures of habit. We think about how we've done things in the past. There are workflows that are integrated deep into our brains about how we write content and upload it and maintain it. So yes, that bias comes along. However, in this case, Forum 1 comes in and we have a little bit more of a objective view, and we can think about how we're approaching this and how we've done it on other projects. And if they tell you to blow it up, my experience is that's not actually what's needed or what's going to happen. You're going to have to keep some of that, because unless you plan on having a much smaller and very, very different site, very different content.
Thank you. Dan Moriarty asks, who's making the spreadsheet? The designer?
Yes. So the UX designer starts the content model. We have the template we start from, and they do the first draft for the content types tab and the taxonomy tab. We do that draft because we also oversee the inventory and audit. And at that point in time, we are the project team member who knows the most about the content for the site. There are some teams that have specific content strategy folks, or maybe developers do that. At Forum 1, the UX designer creates the initial content model spreadsheet. We don't do it alone. We take the first pass, and then we work very closely with our developers to review it and to provide guidance and edit it. But that's kind of the background of how we do it and why.
Great. Kelsey Woody asks, if you're starting with an existing site, how do you manage requirements for views?
How do you manage requirements for views?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe Kelsey, you could put some more detail in. I can go back to this slide. So this is what we outlined for view modes.
Courtney, hi, if I could ask you the question, sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm working with a government client, and they have a Scope Creek when it comes to, I'm the business analyst with a Scrum team of 5. So when it comes to managing requirements, and kind of learning into Scopes Creek with specific content types and taxonomy. And you're going through this iteration where, the visual goes to the visual team, and then it goes to the developers, and then everyone starts over when the requirements change. Like, how do you manage that?
Yeah, great question. I have been there before as well. So we structure our projects. So if we're doing like a redesign, we structure our projects into these big stages: discover, design, and deliver. And in design, at the end, we have our content model, we have our wireframes, and then we also have components and pages designed. We essentially have a design system created. So it has like your basics of your font and type and spacing, and then it also has the components, and then it shows how those components fit together in pages. We are reviewing that stuff while we are creating them with our clients. And so when there is scope creep or when there are more requests, we are updating and adjusting as we go there. And we're also kind of consulting, right? So if we have a client who's like, no, we need a different content type for this, there's like part education that's happening and part like technical guidance and part design guidance. I know it's a hard question to answer because there's like very much a consulting aspect to how you manage scope and how you prevent that rework. But we involve the client along the way. And there's also a point where we say like, okay, these are signed off. If we do need to make edits for that, it comes after, XYZ is implemented, or it becomes phase 2. Also a challenging conversation to have depending on how that team has worked before, the expectations of the client. But we do try to set like a marker to say, if we want to stay efficient on this project, this has to be considered done so that we can get this development work done.
That totally answers my question. Thanks so much, Courtney.
Oh, good. hard question.
Jason asks, does this replace a scope document? And if it doesn't, how do you relate the content model document to numbered scope requirements or JIRA tickets?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have, this is another tricky one because I think every company might do it a little bit differently. So we have our contract that will sometimes outline features and functions that we'll build. And sometimes there's a lot of detail and sometimes there's not much. It depends on the client. So we do also have, I think it's in our contracts, but we also talk about it a lot, that we're going to learn new things through the project and we will adapt and adjust to meet the needs of the audiences and the client that we're designing for. So it's kind of like our scope document is evolving over time. So it starts with the contract, it kind of becomes the content model. And then, like I said, it can move into like JIRA tickets and Pattern Lab. If a question around scope comes up, we always go back to that contract, what was written in that contract. And if we learned something new and we needed to make an amendment, that is also documented so that we can refer to that. Because the projects we work on can be 3 months, they can be like a year long. And so it's really easy to forget that stuff. So it's kind of like the scope is further defined the farther you get in the project. And there are many documents that outline the scope. I know that's kind of like a tricky answer, but it's kind of the truth. Like the contract is the source of truth. And then we further define what that means, how we're going to design it, how we're going to build it through the content model, JIRA, Pattern Lab.
Okay, let's see. Dan Moriarty, did adding this process impact the overall budget, or did you simply pull hours from dev time and put more time into design documentation?
So it did add a little bit of hours to the design phase because we added a whole nother tab that we were defining. But it kind of came out in the wash because we weren't spending so much time later guessing or answering questions when we were in development. And it was actually pretty fast considering that we added a whole new tab and we were already designing components. And so what it meant was that we were just adding those columns to define how the components, where the data was coming from. It did add a little bit of time to like keep the screenshots updated. But in the end, there was a time savings, and most of that is very noticeable because of the fewer questions developers had and the speed at which designers could answer those questions later.
Okay, we have time for, I think, one more question from Deborah. Within your content model, how do you identify fields that are shared between content types?
I don't know if I know the answer to that one. This may be a good one if there are developers on the line to answer that in chat. Sorry, Deborah, I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, so yeah, that pretty much wraps up the questions. Is there a link to your slides in the schedule, or?
It's not there yet. I will add it as soon as I'm after the Zoom, and I'll also share it on LinkedIn and Twitter.
Yeah. So, okay. Thank you very much, Courtney. That was wonderful. We have the next session starting in about 15 minutes. So you got a 15-minute coffee break here. The next session in this room is the future of multi-sites. And the conversation can continue in Slack or in, I think, let me pull up a slide real quick. And we've got some places where if we want to keep asking questions, we can keep asking questions.
Awesome.
Let's see. Check out BOFs, CTAC, the networking room. So any place, Courtney, that you'd like to hang out, if you want to be in Slack or anywhere else, if people have questions, if you're available, let them know.
Great. I'll be on Slack. You can also reach me via email and LinkedIn.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for participating, and look forward to seeing you at the next session. Morning, Mike. Yeah, there we go. We'll just sit tight for 7 minutes until everybody's here.
Sounds good.
I forgot to sign up to volunteer.
John, I'm pretty sure if you ask Nika nicely, she'll find a slot for you if you need to volunteer.
I'll do that.
Also, don't worry, John, I shared it with you on our chat here in Zoom. And anyone else who would like to volunteer, just let Kevin or I know. I'm Kirsten. We're happy to actually have you help us volunteering. It's pretty easy, I swear.
Kirsten will voluntold you. She'll just tell you, you're going to go do this. She's good at it. Okay, so we are just about Got just a couple minutes to get a few more people in here. Okay, well, let's go ahead and at least get some of the preliminaries out of the way. If you haven't muted yourself, please mute yourself. When we have questions, if you know, we may want you to unmute yourself for a moment, but during the presentation, keep everything muted. Remember to visit our sponsors. If you're not on our Slack, what is it, GovCon2020 Slack, there's raffles and all sorts of other things going on there, as well as news about anything that's happening. Code of conduct applies, so please be nice. Everything is recorded, and we're going to start recording that right now. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike Schmitz to discuss the future of Drupal multi-sites. Mike, it's all yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining, and I'm super excited to talk a bit about multi-sites. Yeah, who am I? My name is Michael Schmid, or people know me mostly as Schnitzel in the Drupal sphere and also in the wider internet world. I'm the head technology and founder of Amazy.io. What is Amazy.io? We do Drupal hosting. Actually, a bit more than Drupal just today, and we have a couple of specifically government customers, but also other customers that need to host a lot of sites. And together with them, yeah, we spent a lot of time thinking about the future of multi-sites, because we think that how we do multi-sites right now might not actually be the best way anymore. So in my presentation today, I want to give a short overview to just bring everybody to the same level of multi-sites, because there is a lot of different words for the same thing. Then we're going to look into what the solution today is for Drupal multi-sites and the issues of it. And then we're going to see how containers could be a good solution for that. We're going to talk about the case study that I worked on specifically, and we're going to have Q&A at the end. Unless there is a super crazy question that you need to know, you can definitely interrupt me, or you can keep it for the very end, where I'm happy to answer any questions. All right, let's start with multi-sites. So what's the premise of multi-sites? What are they trying to solve? At the end, at one point in your life as a Drupal developer or as a government or as a company, whatever it might be, you might end up in running multiple Drupal sites. And you think to yourself, wouldn't it be really cool to run the same code base for them? But I still would like to have different databases, so different users, different content, things like that. And of course, with that, I also need a different file storage, meaning you don't share any files between them. And of course, each site also has its own domain, or maybe even multiple, but they are clearly separated. And if you look at this, you think, it would be really cool if for upgrades and security patches, if we could somehow only update one place and then it would automatically update all the other sites. That would be really cool. That would really help in maintaining. Maybe not if you have 2 sites, but let's assume you have 200 sites, or if you have 2,000 sites. Imagine updating 2,000 Git repositories. That would be very painful. And so that's where multi-sites were born. So it's mostly about easier management. One important thing, though, is that this is not domain access. So if you look into domain access, this is not actually a Drupal multi-site. You can, though, build a system with multiple sites. So let's look shortly into domain access because it's a bit a special thing in this whole world. Domain access system is actually a single Drupal installation, meaning you have one code base, you have one database and one file system. You also you can have multiple domains that point to that single Drupal installation. And what you do at the end, you attach different Drupal entities, so like content, users, menu, you attach them to these domains. So you say for this domain, I want to have this menu. For this domain, I want to have this blog post, stuff like that. And what we see, though, this is only really usable for super specific use cases, where this is what you want, where let's say you have a lot of content shared between a lot of different sites, and only some of them need to be different. Then domain access makes sense. But for today's topic, where we talk about multi-sites, we talk about sites that have separate databases and that have separate users. So let's look at what is Drupal's internal solution for multi-site. So Drupal inside, in core, has a functionality that you can have a so-called Drupal multi-site. That means you have shared core modules and themes. So these are folders that all the sites will automatically have the same core, all the modules available, and all the modules, all the themes available. Important is available. If they're actually enabled or not, is then dependent if the site itself enables the module. But the fact that they are there, that they are available in the module overview for a site to enable or not, is because they are in there. And then each individual site, so in this case we have site 1, site 2, site 3, each of them can have their own modules, themes, and files that they add on top of the existing modules and themes from the main core site. Also, each of these sites here will have their own database. And there is a file under sites. There's a file called sites.php where you actually assign different domains to your sites. So far, so good. Sounds like a really good system. Unfortunately, though, this system, when it was originally built, it wasn't actually really built by the Drupal community for really massive environments. It was really more built for people that had like VPS hostings and things like that. And they wanted to run multiple domains or multiple Drupal sites under the same file folder. And what we've did as a Drupal community, we started using these multi-sites more and more and more and more. I've heard, or there are installations out there with thousands of sites that all use one multi-site. And they have quite some problems. So let's look at them. And I'm pretty sure some of the people in here know about them already. So let's see. The first issue is updates. So as we said, we have a shared core, modules, and themes, which is great. The problem is, though, because each of these sites have their own databases, you need to update the database sometimes. Like if you update Drupal, you need to run a drush-updb. Or if you update a contrib module, you also need to do this because the database maybe changes. The problem is, because you update core and modules at the same time for all sites at the same time, you maybe run into an unstable situation because you cannot, or in some cases, you maybe cannot run drush-updb at the same time for all these sites. And especially in the really big installations, you would actually overload the database server. If you run a drush-updb for 100 or 200 sites at the same time, this would not work. So what happens instead? People came up with clever systems that only do some updates at some time. But that means that, let's say the site 3 gets updated at the very end, while the core, though, is already updated. Meaning this site will maybe have an unstable situation. This site is actually maybe down because the core that you updated expects another database column to exist, and so it throws errors. And so with 3 sites, that's maybe easy, but now imagine 200-300 sites. When you run like DB in batches of 10 or so, this can get very hairy. And I've myself been involved in upgrades, and they are super stressful. Like everybody hates the days where you need to update a Drupal multi-site because it can take very long. You never really know if it works and stuff like that. And so the problem is not only that this takes a long time, what happens if you realize that the site number 3 actually has an incompatibility? If you realize that there's such a big bug or such a big problem that now you need to roll back the core or one of the modules that you maybe updated in there. And so you have 2 possibilities. Either you can roll back the core and the modules and the themes over here, but then you also need to update or roll back all the databases for all these sites as well, because now suddenly they have the old code again. And so the database has already been updated, so that's quite bad. Or you just accept the fact that your site 3 is currently broken and you have a team that tries to fix this in production. There is not really a way to have the site. Now, there are ways, if you have a CDN and things like that, you can maybe still deliver the site while it is broken on the back end, but quite, again, this is super stressful for people. So one of the huge problems is that you cannot do individual updates. There is no way for you to say, okay, I only want to update site number 2, or I only want to update everything except site number 3. Or you can say, I want to try to upgrade all of them. If one of them fails, I only roll one of them back. And that's especially in big installations is a super big pain. Now you say, well, then let's just create dev sites for each of these sites. Then we can test them, right? Yes and no. So in this case, we have site 1 production and site 1 dev. We have site 2 production and then site 2 dev, site 1 blah, blah, blah. So the problem is, though, that you still have a shared core. So there is no way to test a core update. You can maybe test modules update and things like that, but for any of the core stuff, there is still not really a way to do this. Now, another possibility would be that instead of creating in the same environment, have a prod dev, you actually create a completely second multi-site installation for all your dev sites. That is possible. Then you could update the core and you can update the modules and the themes and test them all on the dev sites. The problem is now you have dev sites for every single site, and maybe this is not maintained. The people behind this actually don't need this. You just create a lot of overhead. It's complex to maintain. And especially in big environments, this will be very cost intensive if you run every of your site a second time. So again, a possible solution, but quite a hard one, and one that in the actual wild is quite hard to use. So in the end, unfortunately, multi-sites don't really give us a very nice way to have development instances for every site or for the sites that we need them, that we can test any change before we actually run it out into the production environment. And now the last one, so far, we always talked about one Git repository. But in your case, maybe you don't want that everybody has access to every site. Maybe you have different teams that should have access to different sites, that they should not overwrite the code or the themes of another site. So usually what we do is we have Git repositories. But because the Drupal expects one site, it is one shared code base, how do you do this? There is a possibility with some clever Git merging and tree changes and things like that to actually have a main Git repository for everything and a Git repository per site. Now, this is a bit complex in how you merge stuff together and things like that. But the problem is, the biggest problem is that this Git repository here that only has the modules and themes and files, it's missing a core now altogether. So this is going to be very hard for any Drupal developer to do this. How do they then know which core it is? So what we've seen is that then people still check out the main repository and then the individual one, but then they have to commit in 2 different places. And Honestly, that's a really big pain to run any of this in any good way. You end up with mismatched versions, it's confusing, whatever. And the last piece, especially if you then not only have different Git repositories, but if you want to actually access these sites, because all of it runs in one Drupal environment at the end, it's almost impossible to have individual access for Drush. So if you want one developer to access only one site, let's say to run a Drush cache clear on only one site, usually we use Drush. But because it's all in one Git repository or in one folder structure, a developer, if they realize that there's another site there, they could just run a Drush cache clear and another. And a lot of times what we see is that actually the actual developers that build the Drupal code, they don't have access to Drush at all. What happens is that only a specific operations team has access to Drush, and so they then need to run the Drush commands and stuff like that. But yeah, that's, again, no real good solution. So we worked together with the Australian government, and they came to us and said, hey, we have around 300 sites, growing to 500-600 more, and this is a super pain for us. So we need to find a good solution. And we sat together with them and also some other customers, and we came up with a solution that solves all of these problems and actually brings a lot of more additional things. And this is all based around containers and the fact that container images can inherit their code from another container image. And I'm going to walk you through how this all works on a conceptual and also with some code examples. And we can also see that because we run individual containers, where each container is individually used for upgrade, security, and stuff like that. I just see Benji, you asked a question, can you use site aliases to use Drush on specific sites? Yes, you can. The problem is, though, if you can guess the site alias of another site, you can just run Drush commands in the other site. Like at the end, Drush, all it does, it just tells Drupal, oh, I want to run my commands against the site 1 or run the commands against the site 2. But there's nothing that prevents you, even though that you are, let's say, the developer of site 1, that you just tell Drush, oh, run my commands against Drush site 2. There's no system in there that will prevent you from doing this. So you can make it easy for them, but technically, if these teams don't trust each other, let's say they're different agencies or different vendors, that's going to be very hard. All right, back to containers. So before we jump into the actual solution, I want to give everybody a short overview. How do we actually build Drupal sites with containers? Because not everybody is maybe aware of containers and how this all works, how container images work and stuff like that. So what we're first looking is as a regular container image workflow that you use for if you deploy any Drupal site, not specifically MultiSites, with containers. So it all starts with some kind of container images. In this case, we have specific Drupal container images. And what they do is they bring PHP and they bring the PHP config that is necessary for Drupal itself. All of this lives in a Git repository that is open source. It doesn't have to be, it can be open source, but basically that's where it is usable. So everything is in these container images that is needed to run Drupal in specific containers. Important though is that this does not actually contain any Drupal code. So it's only PHP and maybe some PHP modules and configuration and Nginx and stuff like that that is necessary, but not Drupal itself. This uses then the official Docker images, so for example, the PHP images that don't have any Drupal knowledge in them. And it's usually maintained and published by open source maintainers. So we are one, we publish all our Drupal container images, and we publish them, and they're usable by anybody. We have people that contribute to them. There are other companies that do the same, but basically that's not something that you really need to worry about. There are other people that do this for you. So let's look how this works. What you then do, you create your own Docker image or your own image. And the important piece here is the from. So instead of you installing PHP and PHP config and whatever else is necessary, you just tell your Docker, hey, use the other one that is over there. And now you then bring core modules, theme, your custom code, and whatever else needs to be necessary. So this is how you can use one image can inherit from the other one. And so this image then lives in your own site, Git repository. So this is separate. There are two repositories. They have individual maintainers, individual people. So you can just depend on the other ones. Now, how does such a repository actually look like? We usually have a Docker file, which is the recipe to build the containers, and we have a composer JSON. The Docker file itself just says from, in our case, Lagoon, with PHP, in this case, for example, PHP 7.2, the CLI Drupal version. That's just doesn't matter. You don't have to know, but there are different images with different presets and stuff like that. And then what you do, you copy your composer JSON in the composer lock, and you run a composer install. That's it. That's how you install Drupal. And then inside that composer JSON, you then define actually which Drupal core you want to install. In this case, we say, okay, we want 896. And then we also want to install Search API and Path Auto. That's how today we use Composer to install our Drupal dependencies. So basically, this Drupal container just uses an upstream, the ones we saw before. It brings Drupal core, Drupal modules, and themes with it, so that's fully customizable. And it's built during a deployment. So in our case, with our hosting solution called Lagoon, you just push this Git repository, and then Lagoon will automatically build it for you. It will build the Docker file, it will run the composer install for you, and all that stuff. That's completely possible. That's all automated. You don't need to run this locally. So that's it. That's how today we can run Drupal code. And what happens at the end, the hosting platform, in our case Lagoon, will build a fully built container image. So it will take the code from here, and during the building phase, it uses that. And this container image is then used to run your containers on clusters, Kubernetes servers, whatever else you might use to actually run your containers. So that's the regular process of building containers and using them. Yes. Elisha has a question. The Docker file seems like it needs a step to copy the custom modules. Yes, this actually happens here. So what you do here at the end is you just copy the whole rest of the whole Git repository into the app folder. And this is a little trick. Technically, you could copy the app in here already. But what we suggest is you only copy the composer JSON and the composer log, and then you run composer install, and then you run the rest. And the reason for that is it's a bit faster because the Docker layer caching is a bit more clever if you do it that way. But yes, all the themes and all your other files, your index PHP and whatever else, all is copied in here. No problem. All right. So we learned how all of this works. Now let's look at how can we use this system for a base image workflow. And now this is when I saw this the first time, when we realized this is possible, this was like this blew my mind experience. So let me show it to you. So we start with the same. We have our Drupal container images that we heard before. We have now our image that is called the base code. Instead of the site code, it's now the base code. The same thing so far. This runs in its own Git repository. Again, still the same. We have the workflow. It goes from top to bottom. And so if you look at the base code, it's same. It's still the same. We have CLI, we have the composer, we have composer install. So far you're saying like, what is different here? It's all the same here. So far, no difference. It's just a regular Drupal repository. It uses the images as upstream. It adds core and modules and themes. You can run this because it's like everything else. You can build a site from that. You can run it locally. You can test this automatically. The cool thing is you can push this image to a Docker registry for other people to use. So how does this work? It means that you tell your platform to the image that is the resulting image of all of this, you not only use this to create containers in the system, but you publish this image somewhere. There are container registries like Docker Hub, but there are also private ones. you take the resulting image and you publish that. And then other people can use that image and build their site from this. So this means you have a third Git repository where you have the site code, and this repository only brings the additional modules and themes that they want to add beside of the base image. But you can see, for example, the core is not part here anymore. So how does this look like? So the Docker file, instead of saying use Lagoon PHP, it says just the organization. So whichever organization, the base image you want to use. You then bring still a composer JSON and a composer log, and you run composer install, and you still copy your app so you can add your custom modules and all that stuff. And the composer JSON, instead of saying I define Drupal core version that, you also require the base image itself. So what happens in the background, that base image is not only published as an actual Docker image to Docker Hub, but it's also published, for example, as a composer package to, let's say, Packagist. And so you also require that specific base image. And then a developer can add additional paragraphs or additional modules. Like in this case, they can add paragraphs, time field, or whatever else they want to add. But they don't need to worry that the core and all the modules, the base modules, they're all part of this already. And because you use the from, and the core is actually already part of the image, so the code of the core is already there, what happens during this composer install, composer will resolve all the dependencies for this base image, and it will realize, oh, core is already installed with the correct version. I'm not even trying to download this anymore. So it's super fast because all that composer needs to do is just download the additional dependencies that have already been there. So to recap, we use the base image as an upstream. This is this here. We add any customized modules and themes via composer JSON. This is paragraphs time field, or any custom modules are added via this. We can all of this run locally. Even though our Git repository has no core in it, if we build this Docker image locally, we will have it at the end. So we will end up with a fully Drupal environment locally running. And then if the upstream changes, so let's say the base image is updated because they released a new PHP version or a new Drupal core version, all you do is you just rebuild all of this. Docker will automatically download the newest base image, and that's it. And at the end, it's the regular container workflow. Like there's nothing different than what we saw before. The first part is exactly the same. The third part is just another upstream, like we already had one before. So at the end, what happens is all of this will create a fully built container image that, again, can be used to run individual sites. And that's at the end, the underlying system that will solve all these three problems that we saw before. So let's see how this actually works. On the left side here, we have our Git repository for the container, for the Drupal images and for the base images. Together, this builds the base image. And from this, now, we can create as many sites that we want that all use this base image. So we can have the site one, let's say this is the production environment. This brings a module and a theme. But we can also have a dev site. So we have a second environment, which these two run in the same Git repository. But because the hosting platform can create multiple environments from the same Git repository, if you want a dev site, a staging, an acceptance, whatever, you just have a dev site. Again, brings the same modules and themes. Maybe you have the site two, that one is only a production. You don't have a dev for that one, and it only brings a theme. The site number three is production. It actually doesn't do any changes because let's say your base image already comes with everything that you need. So you have core already. You have all the modules, and the theme that you need as a site owner of Site 3 is already there. So you don't even need anybody to change anything. You can just create a new site from that base image. It's the same color, like we don't change anything there. It's just a new site. And then you can have as many sites as you want. This can be different departments, different people, different Git repositories hosted on different Git environments. At the end, there is no real limit of what you could do and whatnot. So now, what actually happens if we want to do this for, if you want to update? So if we want to update any of this, there is a bit of workflow that we need to follow. So as first, what is going to happen? Some team updates the required pieces in the base code. So let's say you have one team that is responsible for managing all of this. And Drupal just released a new Drupal security release of Drupal core or stuff like that. And so what happens is somebody goes in there and updates the composer.json. And this composer.json will then tell the hosting platform to use a new Drupal core version. And as step 2, you then use this base image and you can fully test it, because this is actually a fully runnable image that has everything in it. You can test your base code to make sure that Drupal still behaves as you expected. You can fully test it. You can test it locally. You can deploy it to an actual site. It really doesn't matter. You can do this wherever you like. And after all of this is done, and after you're happy with the base image, you push this then to the Docker Hub and the packages, and you run all of this in there. Elijah asks, are you going to? Yes, I will cover the database. So after that, what happens is you push the new base image. And that's the first step. That's the piece that you need to do to update. Now, what is really cool is you just need to redeploy these environments automatically. So what happens? In our case, let's say we do the 3A. In our case, we update all the dev sites first. In our little system, we only have one dev site, so we do that one first. So what we do is we tell our hosting environment or our hosting platform, update site 1 dev. And now what happens, because it rebuilds the container image for that site, during this build, it will automatically pull the new pushed base image down, which automatically comes with a new Drupal core. It will then add all the composer, the additional dependencies that you added, and it will build this whole thing, and it will create a whole site for it. So and then you can stop. You don't have to do anything on these other sites. If you don't redeploy this, you have one site updated, and you can test this individual site to make sure that this site still behaves correctly. If you have other dev sites, you could go update other dev sites, no problem. But you have time. These other sites here, because you did not redeploy them, there is no hurry. They are not down. They did not receive any new data or any new config or any code change. They're still running on the old system. And then when you're happy with the dev site, in this case, we update site 1 production and site 2 production. So we trigger 2 deployments for these 2 sites. And they will run, they will update, and you can test them again. You can make sure, okay, are these production sites good? If yes, then we go forward and we update site 3 productions. Now, this doesn't have any changes. This is going to be super fast, but it still needs to run at RushDB and stuff like that. And then we can go from there. We have site and whatever else site. So you can create your own schedule to update your sites individually in the order you want. Maybe you have some super important sites that need to be updated first because it's a security issue, or you maybe have sites that cannot be updated on a specific time because you want to wait on the evening or things like that. So that's basically how we see, with updating each of them individually, how you can define the schedule and make sure. And now the question is, how do we know that we updated all of them? Because if you can trigger them individually, how does it know? And that's something where our hosting platform, or some hosting platforms as well, they give you an overview of, for example, which Drupal version and every core or every contrib version of every module is installed. And you can actually query that. So you could have an overview of a dashboard that shows you which site has which version installed. So you can track that every of your sites actually have the newest Drupal core installed and things like that. So you use these kind of dashboards and queryability to the platform to actually in that. And so to the question of Elijah before, so how does this actually work? So each of these sites are completely separate containers, and each of them have completely separate databases and completely separate file systems. So each of these sites, there will be a database for this site, there will be a database for this environment, for this, for this, for this. Now, if you really want to, you could technically have shared. There are systems that people, for example, share the user tables. I mean, that's all then hacking on Drupal around. That's all possible. But the idea is that each of them have their own databases and their own files. In our case of the platform, happens all via auto-provisioning. So you don't actually have to go in and create a new new database or so. That happens fully automatically because every of these environments automatically request a database. And the other thing is, each of them have, because they're running inside individual containers, you have individual permission for each of them. So in the container world, you can actually remote shell into a container to run things like Drush cache clear, or you want to run an Drush ULI and whatever. So because each of them are completely separate environments, you can assign users for these specific environments. So you can say, Elijah is the developer for site 1 and site 2, and Michael is the developer for site 3 and site 4. And we only can access these individual environments because every time that I go to the platform and say I would like a remote shell into the site 3, there's a system that can check. And because this is a separate container, the platform can actually decide, yes, Michael, you can access it, or no, Elijah, you cannot. So these are at the end, from a container point of view, these are completely separate environments that have no overlap or no shared and things like that. And also, if somebody would go in and let's imagine somebody runs a Drush SQL drop or removes all files for the site 1, they only delete the database. And because these are separate containers, the site 1 and site 2, they can never access each other. Because if you're remote shell into one site, you only have access to that one site. You don't have access to all the other databases, things like that. So what are the advantages of this? Well, first of all, we heard every site has its own Git repository, its own containers, and can have its own environment. If one fails, there is no single impact in the others. Permissions and Drush access is given to individual sites, so you can make sure that nobody can access their individual stuff. But we still have centrally core managed modules and themes. So, and it's fully testable. So before you release a new base image, you can change them. You can have different versions of base images. We, for example, have a beta version that is maybe released a couple of days before for people to test if they want to. You can have them semantic versioned, whatever you want to do. But it's still centrally managed. You can have multiple environments per site. So like we saw before, some sites can have staging and stuff like that. Plus, local development is super easy because at the end, you run the exact same everywhere. You just run Docker build and you run the containers locally, and they will have all the dependencies and everything is in there. So let's look at how this is used. I mentioned before, one of the first customers that we built that for was a couple of years ago for the Australian government. The Australian government has a project called GovCMS. And basically what GovCMS is a centralized hosting solution for all of the Australian government. So we run around 350 sites, and 300 of these sites all are based on a base image system. Each of these 300 sites actually have their own Git repositories. What they can do, they can bring additional themes. They cannot bring additional modules. All they can do is they can bring additional themes. That was a decision from their side, but this can be decided how much each of these site repositories can do with the Drupal side. You can define, you as the maintainer of the whole system, you can define all of this. And each site has a development and a staging environment. So if somebody wants to update their theme, they just push the Git repository in their dev environment, and then the system will automatically deploy the site. It will take the base image that doesn't have changed. So they can, within their environment, they can deploy as many times as they want. They can actually create new environments if they want to, stuff like that. But then if there is a production site, or sorry, if the base image needs to be updated, let's say Drupal core update, security releases, and whatever, there's a dedicated team that updates the base image, tests the base image. They have fully automated tests, and then they trigger a system that automatically updates all 300 sites in a batch. So they don't go 300 at the same time, because again, this would overload the database. But they can trigger, in our case, it's an Ansible script that automatically, but there's also other ways. And all they do is they click there and say, deploy all Drupal 7 sites which are using this base image, go. And automatically, this will run fully through, and it's fully automated. And all the team needs to do is just monitor. So they can see every site that has been updated. If they realize that, let's say the first 5 sites and all 5 sites fail, they can stop the rollout and they don't deploy or they don't update any of the 295 others. Or a lot of times it's just of the 300 sites, maybe 1 or 2 fail. But again, because it's a container system, the site is actually not down. They can go in there and they can fix the sites themselves. So this reduced the stress from before where these updates were really hard. It was definitely, it's a much better system. So conclusions. Yay, multi-site installation now with base images are a super breeze. Of the teams that I worked with that we moved that into, they definitely started to like multi-site installation before, again, while before they were hard. Like people somehow were always sick on the day that sites were updated. The deployments are not stressful anymore. There is every time you can roll back all the sites if you want to. There's no problem anymore. We have individual permissions for each of the sites. And one thing I didn't mention so far, none of this has anything to do with Drupal. You can do this for Symfony. You can do this for Laravel. You can do this for NPM node-based systems. It's exactly the same because all we depend on is a Docker file that loads from each other. And as long as you have a package manager like NPM or Yarn or Composer, you can do all of this with any other system than just Drupal. And that's actually where we see that the world is going, that people are using more and more than just Drupal. And they use this base image system for all of them because they realize having it centrally managed is much easier. So we see that agencies that run 200-300 sites for different customers, they also use base images because they say we have one security team that updates the base images. We see people doing the same for like Node.js. So they have a centrally managed where they can manage all their Express.js and stuff like that. At the end, this is really usable for anything. So I know this is a lot of info in a super short amount of time, and it's quite complex. So we have demo environments. If you're interested to see any of this actually running, we have demo environments. It takes us a bit to set them up, but I'm happy to do all of this because I just killed the presentation. Because we definitely want to have people to play with this and to see this all happening. Because I only think when you actually have seen this once before, you can really see the powerfulness of such a system actually running, and when you can play with it. All right, that's it. I saw there's a lot of discussion in the chat, and sorry I couldn't follow in real time, so I'm opening the chat now. And I'm asking for and I'm looking at the questions, or if somebody wants to unmute and actually ask the question, that is maybe easier for me than reading it.
There was some discussion in the chat. Hey, this is James Sansbury. Thanks for the presentation. This is awesome. Exciting to learn about it. There was some discussion in the chat around composer dependencies and how that works across these different Docker dependencies. So you kind of like have the Docker inheritance, and then how the composer dependencies work, but in both directions. So like you have modules down in the base image, and then maybe you have modules on site one. What happens when, you know, maybe like Composer has to manage dependencies in both directions up and down that inheritance chain of Docker?
So in the end, the fact that, I mean, maybe to get a bit bigger, technically, you could build all of this without Docker. So at the end, what we really rely on is a composer dependency system. So that the fact that you can publish your own package with specific core modules and Drupal core in it, and then you can publish this package, and then somebody else can use, instead of defining the same dependencies, they can just depend on, like here, the base image package, and then Composer will resolve all of them. That in the end is the underlying system that uses all of this. The cool thing is with adding all of it in Docker is it is much, much faster, because you can pull in Docker image that has all the dependencies already resolved. So Composer will be much, much faster. A bit of problem today where Composer can take much longer. Plus also in this Docker file, there is so much more dependencies that are also coming with it. For example, PHP dependencies. So Composer itself doesn't install PHP. So how can you make sure if the base image actually updates a specific version of PHP? You also get this down. So, but in the end, we run a Composer install inside the site image. So in this here, at the very end, we run a Composer install, and Composer needs to resolve all the dependencies. So yes, it can technically happen that if, I don't know, the Drupal paragraphs has a dependency on something that is not resolved in the base image core version, or they're conflicting, yes, this still can happen. But I don't think this is a problem of the base image. That's just a problem of dependency management in general. The good thing is, though, if that happens, is only this specific site will be broken, quote unquote. And because this actually happens during the building process of the container image, the site that runs is actually not touched at all. Because the containers that are running containers, they're only replaced after the Docker build is fully completed. And in this case, it would fail on the Docker build process. You could then go in and fix these specific issues. Does that answer the question?
Okay. We are just about out of time. Michael, is there will you be available afterwards to take questions?
Yes, I'm in the Slack of GovCon. I'm happy to answer any questions there. And also, Flora, could you please explain the concept of containers? Yes, I assumed a bit that people know what a container is. I do have some webinars that explain what a container exactly does and how this works. So I will post some links to other presentations that I've given about containers, because it's a bit too big, unfortunately, to explain this in a minute.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. That
Very welcome.
kind of inception level stuff for me, but
oh, we could go much further. We could go
I
much
know.
further. We can.
That's what I'm afraid of.
you can add another Docker file and another Docker file if you want to. So yeah.
So thank you everyone for attending. We have a keynote in about 12 minutes. If you check your schedule, Sarah Cope will be doing a keynote. This room will be open again at 1:30 Eastern Daylight Time. So that's what, hour and a half, 2.5. It'll be open later in the afternoon. Have lunch, enjoy. So thank you all for coming, and have a good rest of the conference.
Hey, Kevin, can you hear me?
Hey, Tim, you can make.
Hi, thanks. Here we go.
Yep, got it. I was listening to the keynote, and it's like, too many voices. It's
Hey, yeah, no problem. Thank you for passing host.
and thank you for helping me get squared away this morning. It's like, really, a couple of capital letters.
Yeah, no problem. That was silly. We're trying to make it easier later.
Yeah.
I need to actually pass it off to myself on another computer, so I'll do that on my own.
Okay.
And can you keep sharing this in just for another minute?
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay.
And I wanted to start off with a disclaimer here, just that I am not actually a UX expert, which is kind of funny, but I don't have a PhD in human factors, anything. I'm not a trained researcher. I'm just someone trying to do a little bit better every day with the things that I have and make improvements in my program or all of you at agencies so that you can better serve. So I'm really here to tell you how smart I am or anything like that, but really to be a champion and a cheerleader for you and your UX practice, because it really does matter in everything we do every single day. So I thought I would start by just laying out a definition so that we're all on the same page. And this definition specifically came straight out of usability.gov. And it says that UX is the understanding of your users, their needs, values, abilities, and limitations, and being
Hey, Tim.
Hello.
It's John here. How's it going?
Good one. Hey,
Hey, how's it going?
off my VPN.
Got it. All right, awesome. Adam should be jumping on in a minute or two.
Oh, now will Adam be joining as well?
Yeah, he said he'll be on in 2 minutes.
Somehow I can't hear you now.
Let's see. How about now? Can you hear me?
Ah, I
Tim?
think it was my headphone connection. I hear
All right. Cool. Yeah, Adam said he'll be jumping on in a minute or two.
you. Great. Okay. Did you need to test anything? Screen share or is Adam
I
gonna do
don't
that?
think so, but I'll go ahead and screen share anyway.
Oh, I think it lost
Make sure it
mine, but
works.
that's okay. Yeah. Go for it.
All right, so cool. Should be able to see a nice desert here.
Yeah.
And then if I do this, you should be
Feel
able
like
to
I'm in
see
Spaceballs. Oh, sorry.
a nice. You can see the slide deck, right?
Yeah, I just watched that with my sons.
Nice. It's a good movie.
Uh-huh.
Classic.
Mm-hmm. Yep, slide deck. Cool. Okay, good. Excuse me.
All right, then I am.
I'm gonna put back on the
There you go.
rotating slide thingy.
All right, I think Adam is here.
I hear Tim. Hey, Tim.
Hey,
well.
how's it going, Adam?
How you been?
Very well. How about you?
Oh, not too bad.
All right, you're a co-host now as well.
Sweet.
It's dangerous giving Adam co-host.
Anything involving me generally gets to be dangerous.
All right.
Okay, yeah. Let me flip. Try and get. I have this
Beards all around.
I have this like a light right in back of my camera. It's super annoying.
So beards are more trustworthy. So
Yeah. Definitely. So the session time is 45 minutes, including questions.
okay.
So then there's a break to switch to the next, a 15-minute break to switch to the next presenter. So just if you want to do any questions, keep that in mind.
All right.
We'll do questions here in the chat. I'll try to log them in a list and I can say them, or if you guys want to answer them on the way, that's up to you. And then we'll try to let people ask questions on Slack as well. I know, John, you're on Slack, but I didn't see Adam on there. So that that ends up being in the DevOps performance, security, and privacy channel.
Okay.
So I'll invite you guys to that.
Yeah. Is that? Sorry, I'm out of touch. Is that the
There's a GovCon Slack.
Oh, you're on here already. Yeah, sorry, Adam. It's a Drupal GovCon 2020 Slack. Let me
Got
know.
it. That's the one I need to sign into. Okay.
If you can't find it, let me know.
No, I can get that in 2 seconds.
Okay.
In a sec. Okay, sign from the workspace. Where do I go to register for it?
I forwarded you an email, I
Did you?
think.
Okay.
Let me find it.
Let me check.
Which email did you send it to, Johnny?
I don't remember. Hold on. Which email do you want it to?
Either my Mindtree or my personal, like Adam at Weingarten.
I sent it to your personal.
Okay.
I'm also going to send you the link in your other Slack.
Got it. Okay. Invite you work with them in Slack. Join now.
There you are.
Nice.
Just invited you to the channel.
Some things. And then let me just open this in my proper application because now I'm in the browser. Open in the app. And I see it. Got to update the, oh, I guess I like the new icon. Okay, yep, that looks good.
Cool.
Headsets are good. I can hear you, Johnny, just fine.
Yeah, your sound sounds good, both of you.
Nice.
I'm on my computer. That's not a piece of shit. I'm like riding my my 10-year-old MacBook Pro to the very end, and waiting for these new ARM ones to come out like at the end of the year.
You think they're actually gonna make it this year?
I think it's going to be realistically like March, but I think it's coming.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. First gen's gonna be buggy, man.
What?
First gen's gonna be buggy.
Of course it is. If I wasn't dealing with a computer that's like literally about to die, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. That's a lie.
I'll just
Otherwise,
be right back, guys.
you wouldn't be waiting for it.
Yeah.
All right, Tim.
I mean, I should have gotten a computer like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Is the answer. So let me plug into my screen. So I've got this open, and then I also have the deck open. So I've got everything literally on deck.
Yeah, that'll be helpful.
Yep.
All right, I will be back in 2 minutes.
Sounds good. Uh-oh, got Ian Rose in the room. Got some hard rocks being thrown here.
It's dangerous.
Yeah. Jared, I'm just going to Slack the presentation over so I have it on my other computer. Just DM me. In case you're wondering why the hell am I doing that.
Hey folks, for people that are here, we'll be starting in about 5 minutes. Try to be respectful of everyone's time. Thanks for joining. And are you going to share the presentation, or is John going to?
Johnny is.
Okay, cool. Well, you can take over on screen share whenever he gets back.
All right, I will do that. Yeah.
I see a desert, and now I see a presentation.
All right, cool.
All right, folks, we're gonna get started, and thanks for everyone for coming. Please keep your microphone muted during the presentation. We'll take questions in the Zoom chat on the Slack channel for this, which is DevOps Performance Security and Privacy, and some voice ones if there's time at the end. And I'm going to hit record now. Thanks for presenting, you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Appreciate it. And thanks everyone for tuning in. This is kind of a crazy year, and this is a little different. So, appreciate it. So today we're here to talk about platforms, multi-sites, and platforms. We'll first quickly give you an idea of who we are. Then we're going to talk about why you are here, and how Drupal does support platforms. And then we'll talk about some different platforms as a service providers that are out there and how they support these different approaches. My name is Adam Weingarten. I'm a senior technical architect from Mindtree. I've been doing Drupal 6, 7, 8, and now 9. A little bit of back end, a little bit of front end, a whole lot of Drupal architecture, and working on kind of large scale enterprise projects. And my partner in crime here is John Doyle.
Yep. Hi, everyone. John Doyle from Digital Polygon. Worked with Adam, I don't know, going on about 10 years now, off and on, various companies and projects, and been really heavily involved in the Drupal space, really around enterprise architecture and multi-sites. Excited to be here and talking to you guys today.
Yeah, so like I said, so we've done a lot in enterprise, and also more than just enterprise website builds, a lot of bailing out problematic builds. So John and I both had a bunch of those. Most of the builds that we work on are these kind of large scale, massive enterprise builds with extremely complex architectures. And we've done a lot on basically building maintainable and stable sites. And just making sites that can scale to handle the traffic that you have.
Yeah, and really about 80% of the sites that we work on are platforms or multi-site. It's been quite an adventure working through the the issues and the challenges that organizations have with it. And we're really excited to bring that knowledge to you today. So why are we here? To talk about platforms, of course. So we thought it made sense to start with the basics. What is a platform? A platform is a group of technologies that are used as a base upon which other applications, processes, and technologies are developed. Great, that's really generic, right? So let's take a look at some examples, right? There's multiple types of platforms. Hosting platforms like Acquia, Pantheon, Lagoon by Amazy, software platforms like Drupal, which is why we're all here. And then application platforms like Australia.gov and Georgia.gov. And these are platforms built on platforms, right? And today we really want to focus on the application level platforms and talk about some of the pros and cons of doing them, if you should or not, and really help you through your decision-making process here of, is a platform right for me?
Yeah, so why do organizations build application platforms? So generally it all starts with someone has seen that there is a pattern that is happening on your websites. There's a bunch of websites that all have similar requirements, similar capabilities, maybe needs for brand consistency. So they all need to have a certain look and feel. Georgia.gov does a great job of that. Maybe there's common features. Hey, you want a blog, everyone wants a blog. So we can quickly share that. Another reason is that you have a whole bunch of sites that are weighing you down in terms of maintenance. If they have enough shared functionality, you can streamline updates. Patching even like 3 or 4 sites in a day, like when a random Drupal security update hits, is not fun. It's a heck of a lot easier if you can do it once on your platform and then kick back the rest of the day. Speed is definitely a big part of it. Often, and we're not talking about the speed of your website, we're talking about the speed of business. So how quickly can you respond to your business users' needs? So for example, let's say that your business users come to you and say, hey guys, I need a new site for COVID. Some organizations might come back and say, well, that's going to take us about 6 months to do. That's not an acceptable answer. Like in 6 months, things are going to be totally different with COVID. Like there's stuff that needs to get out today. So with a lot of these different platforms, there are paths to getting sites out very, very, very quickly. And then finally, those two come together and give you some savings at scale. The scale at scale is kind of like an asterisk. You don't get savings until you get to scale. But when you do, you reduce a lot of redundancy, repetitive tasks, things that you have to do over and over again on your different sites. And you can start to consolidate different teams and resources. So that way you're focusing on solving a problem once as opposed to solving it again and again. It gets you off that hamster wheel. Now, what does it take to actually build and maintain an application platform? It is not easy. You need a solid team. You need some good architects. You need good leads. You can do like good code reviews. You need developers who have some experience. They've at least worked in Drupal individual sites before. They understand the consequences of their actions. Not all developers do. We'll talk more about that. You need organizational buy-in. And this one is really, really important. And this is one of the top reasons that they fail. You need a great executive sponsor who wields power. If you don't have that, you are going to be run over anytime that you try to do anything on your platform. You need a strong product owner to exercise that will and power, and to apply judgment and to work with the different groups. And then finally, you need to have automation in place to scale. If you have 100 sites and you don't have a CI/CD pipeline or testing automation, or even a standard way to deploy everything, you're going to be in big trouble. On top of that, monitoring. If you have 100 sites, maybe there's a few of them that don't get traffic regularly. It may be there's going to be a propagation delay before you find out that something has gone wrong. So all those pieces are really, really super important. Now, some of the considerations for application platforms are, I mean, it's, yes, at scale, it's cheaper, but there's a lot of money that you need to put in. It's going to be at least double the cost of building just a normal site. You're going to need to build at least one reference site and then one site that implements your kind of reference architecture. You're going to need to make sure that you think about how all the pieces come together and get shared. Takes time. Governance, I mean, this harkens back to what we said in the previous slide. That product owner is really going to be your goalie. Without that governance, you're going to get fragmented and you're not going to have a platform. It'll just collapse and you'll have just individual sites that are loosely coupled. And it'll be even worse than if you had just built them independently. And then, again, the applications that we're building here are going to be more complex. So you need those pieces so that you don't kind of lose your mind in the process.
Yep. And these are the three most prominent reasons that me and Adam get pulled into projects to rescue them, is because someone thought it was going to be way cheaper to implement, or they didn't have the right governance model up and they need help setting up, how do I manage this platform? It's kind of gone off the rails, or they don't have the automation in place and there's more bugs than there are tickets. Just
it probably starts with the estimates too. Like a lot of people they underestimate when they're selling the work or scoping the work, what's actually involved here.
Yep, exactly. All right. So how can we support, now that we know like what it takes to run a platform and things that we should think about, let's talk about how does Drupal support a platform out of the box. The first way is multi-site, right? Drupal core comes with this great feature called MultiSite. And MultiSite is good. It has its issues. It's kind of an afterthought for Drupal, something that they have been supporting for, I don't know, at least since Drupal 6, when I started with Drupal 10 years ago. So it's been around, it's been tested, but it is not at the forefront of what Drupal aims to be. It has nowhere near the test coverage of single site Drupal using the core. But anyway, the actual structure of multi-site for Drupal, you have shared hosting, you have a shared code base with themes and modules in your all directory, right? Or in your modules directory in Drupal 8 and 9. And then each site has its own set of database modules and themes that it can override if you choose to go that route. Now, the more you customize on a multi-site, the harder it is to manage as a platform. So those are things that you need to keep in mind when you're building a platform. Domain access. I don't think we'd be right talking about multi-site implementations or platform implementations without giving credit to the contrib space. Domain access is kind of that piece, at least that we've had exposure to. And this basically allows you to manage multiple websites from within a single Drupal install. It has its pros and cons. It's all on one database, which can lead to challenges with performance and depending on the load that you get for the servers. But everything is shared, and then there's some UI that you can manipulate to give each site that you spin up its own logo, its own colors, and you can extend that pretty easily to support that in a single site or single core Drupal install.
And the thing that's kind of cool about domain access is it allows you to kind of start to propel the idea of the multi-site into a concept of content. Like it basically becomes stuff that is editable within the scope of the CMS. And then all that you have to do essentially is wire up DNS, SSL, and boom, you're done. Walk away.
Exactly. Cool.
Yeah. So building platforms on Drupal is not, we've said it's not easy. So platforms are kind of an afterthought for Drupal. There is some support. I mean, there is multi-site, and that's great and everything, but it's not really a core use case that's often tested well in Drupal core. the main cases that really do get testing are individual site installs. There's just a lot of edge cases and weird quirks that come out when you start doing stuff with multi-site. The other problem in core is that configuration management. So in Drupal 7, you would have worked with features. In Drupal 8 and 9, you have configuration management. So it takes all your different code and config and content types, it serializes them to YAML, and then dumps them into the default into a default directory. Great. It works really, really well for individual sites. When you start to have a multi-site or a platform, things get complicated really fast. And as a result, if you need a deviation from one site to another, things get rough, and we'll kind of show you how. And again, we talked about talent. Finding people that know how to do some of the stuff is really hard. Like there aren't that many people who actually understand how to use, for example, like Acquia Site Factory. It's a scarce skill. Let's see. So on some of the headaches, just everything is harder on a multi-site. Whatever it is you want to do, add more time. We threw a couple of issues here that we had encountered recently. And the reason here is like you're gonna encounter problems, and some of them are gonna drive you insane. You're gonna go crazy. You're gonna want to gouge your eyes out. You're gonna question your sanity. And the point here is not to terrify you or traumatize you. It's just to simply say you're not crazy. You're not alone. Other people have encountered these issues. So just like before you go there, just like take a step back, breathe, count to 10, and then go hit the issue queues. Because I promise you, whatever problem you're having, someone else has already faced. So some of the interesting ones that we faced recently were we put some modules into a site / my multi-site directory. And when we cleared cache, the site blew up. We were doing some refactoring, something moved, something changed. It did not like that. So Drupal core didn't really take that into account well. There's a core issue. I think it's been fixed, but it was something that definitely burned us. We ended up working around that by just moving the modules into the primary modules directory, which is what normal single site install vanilla Drupal does. So when you get burned by different multi-site features in Drupal, you can always try to fall back to a less multi-site way of doing things, and you sometimes get lucky.
Yeah.
The other one, go ahead, John.
Yeah, the same applies to your tooling and your automation that goes around it, which is really what these drush issues that Adam's pointing out here are. You're not the only one to face it. There's a lot of people doing this, and there's a lot of issues in the queue with work to them. But again, it's not the primary use case of Drupal. So a lot of these are issues because they're not tested in the first round of the features going out.
Yeah. By the way, someone in the queue did mention that features is still a thing for Drupal 8 and 9. It is, and it is especially useful for multi-sites or for platform situations. So we will mention that a little bit later. It's not necessarily the primary use that people are using as much in some ways for single sites, but it is still being used heavily.
Yeah, exactly. So core CMI doesn't work well out of the box. There is contrib support, config split, possibly features depending on what you're doing and how you're orchestrating it. Give you the ability to manage your configs on a per site basis or a per split basis, whatever that split means. Maybe you're doing environment splits. Maybe you're doing groups of site splits. You're going to need to architect what the right solution is for you and your platform. But these are some key areas in your config that contrib can certainly help with. One thing to note is you should be careful of your splits and your features because they will grow exponentially. And this really requires a lot of thought up front on what you're doing. And if you don't think about this at the beginning of your project, you're going to get halfway through, figure out, oh, now I need to make a split, and then change the way that you've built your configuration management.
So here's an example of how a config split kind of goes crazy. Let's say I just have environment splits, right? I've got a dev, a stage, and a prod. I need to change GA or I don't know, some other API key, and I need to do it per environment so that I don't, mess up my tracking or whatever it might be. I need to split it by site, but wait, my site split needs to be by environment too. So now I've got 3 splits for each environment for each one of my sites. With 100 sites, now I have 150 splits. Your splits end up looking like this maze over here, and we wish you luck having your developer pick the right one. So
and maybe we're being a little hyperbolic. In all honesty, at any given time, you're probably thinking about maybe 6 splits. You're thinking about essentially the default splits, or your site specific splits, and it's actually your default common split, your default environment splits, and then your site split. So it's actually probably closer to 7 that you have to worry about at any given time. And devs really have a hard time with that.
Yeah. So automation and documentation are super important for this. The more you can script and support your team, the better off they'll be. But again, planning is key.
But config split and features aren't going to necessarily be able to help you with everything. There are just some hangovers that just can't be helped. I don't care what like concoction you take the next day, like you're gonna have a rough time. There really is dependency hell, and a lot of it comes from just the way that CMI is built. CMI is great, but it was really conceived of as a way to essentially vomit all the config out of your site into a single monolithic directory, so it's in code and then it can be deployed. But they didn't break down any of the dependencies between the different configuration objects. So there's dependencies all over the place between all your different config items. So it makes it very hard to untangle it and then split off individual pieces. So here's an example of it. This is like one of the simplest examples I could find, which is this is a config export from an article content type. So this is the form display for it. Well, the form display now has dependencies on every single field. If, let's say, for example, I want to add a different taxonomy. Let's say one of my sites is geared towards students, and I have a grade taxonomy that I want to apply to the content so I can target it a little bit more effectively. Well, now I have to add that to the dependencies here, which means I either have to add it for everyone, when it may not make sense. Maybe my other site is for teachers. Or I would have to essentially take this config and split it, which is not ideal either. So there's issues there. Some of the worst examples of this are like view display modes for the nodes. The entity forms, that's what we're looking at. We've got just the nodes themselves and like the fields for the nodes and then the roles. All of those have pretty harsh dependencies to deal with. Now, ultimately, the more that you fork your CMI, the more you fork your platform. So you've reduced your stability, you've reduced the reliability, the testability of your site. It's not ideal. And this is the challenge that really no one has truly solved yet in the core space. It's something that really we hope one day will be solved a little bit better in core, but it's just not there yet. Now, we mentioned that good talent is really hard. We've said it a couple times. Like, what is a preprocessor? What is Twig? Like, these are all hard things. Typically, when you're working on a platform, you may be working with different agency partners for each site. Maybe they want to style and theme their site a little bit differently. So each one has a different theme. Maybe they don't have Drupal talent. So a great way to work around that is to potentially embrace headless Drupal. So maybe some of your sites have a conventional headed Drupal theme with maybe some customizability, but then some of the other ones are offered an option to do something headless so they can leverage more mainstream JavaScript and CSS talent. So ways to work around. And I mean, the final thing to remember is not every site actually needs to be on a platform. And this is a shout out, especially to like enterprise architects. Drupal multi-sites and Drupal platforms are like kryptonite for enterprise architects. They love this idea. It's seductive to anyone with an architectural background. There's a degree of order and reuse and elegance to the concept. But we all need to check ourselves and just be honest about, hey, if we don't have a high pattern of reuse, maybe it's not the right fit.
Yeah, it's important not to fit force your square peg in your round hole. So how can we support hosting providers, or how can hosting providers support our applications and problems? So now let's take a look at some of the platform solutions that are available. We've only listed out a couple here. These are ones that we see most often. Pantheon, Acquia Platform, and Lagoon. There was a great presentation earlier this morning by Amazy on Lagoon. Definitely check that out. And we're not going to go into all of these today. We're just going to kind of give an overview of a couple options here that support your platforms and kind of walk you through how that would be built. The first one is Pantheon Upstream. Pantheon Upstream is a heavily tested web ops platform with the ability to set a custom upstream that is your shared code base between any site that you spin up. And you can spin up new sites off of that upstream code base with the click of a button. And this works great at scale and has great test coverage. How do I know it has great test coverage? Because they use this for their own product. They use this as their managed update engine for all of their Drupal and WordPress sites. So you know that this has a good testability, good coverage, and it's a core feature of their platform. Okay, so how does it work? The first thing you have is a common upstream repo on the top left there. This is the base of your platform. This is your standard site install. It's got your shared modules, maybe your base theme in it. It's what you're going to spin up all of your sites with, and it's what you're going to push shared updates to all those sites with. Now, Pantheon also enables you to have a repo per site where overrides can be done and customizations can be done. So you can have custom themes. You could technically have custom modules there. This provides a great amount of flexibility, but it also needs to be architected to decide what you allow and what you don't, right? If you just give everyone free reign, then they're going to put whatever they want in there, and you're not going to be able to apply your upstream updates anymore because maybe they hacked your modules, they changed your custom code. So, that has to be taken into account here. And the process for getting upstream updates into your site, they push it as a merge commit to your repo. So it is important to understand what is being managed in upstream and what is being managed in your custom code base. So that is kind of sums up Pantheon's platform here. The one key to the code management is that you are able to selectively apply and merge your upstream updates to your sites, right? So that means I can make an upstream update and apply it to one of my sites or apply it to 20 of my sites at one time through scripting and automation. And I think this is a key factor in a lot of the multi-site conversations we're going to have, because not every platform allows you to choose. Some of them are all or nothing. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Acquia Cloud. Acquia Cloud can support a version of this with a shared code base. It doesn't have the ability to have repos per site here without some customizations on your end. And the orchestration here is really something that you have to build and manage for their normal cloud product. They do have another product that we'll talk about shortly that does allow or is built for multi-site. But for their normal cloud subscriptions, if you really have a common code base, but you want separate hardware for each site, this model can work. Acquia Cloud multi-site, again, it's the same picture as the one before, but you're deploying it to one site. Multi-site works good because all of your sites are on one platform. You're paying for one set of hardware. Some things to keep in mind is that it's all or nothing here. Your updates are applied sequentially. I don't know if anyone else has tried doing parallel processing of drush commands on a multi-site on a single server, but it usually does not turn out well due to the drush conflicts and things that Adam mentioned earlier. So you're somewhat limited in the ability here, and we'll get to that in a little bit. And the last one we'll talk about here is Acquia Cloud Site Factory. ACSF is a product that Acquia offers to support rapid deployment of sites that follow a common set of templates. It is separate than the normal cloud. It does have environments. It does have a lot of orchestration to allow this, and it does kind of allow you to have separate themes or separate repos, but they're limited to just the themes that apply to those sites. The key here about Site Factory and Pantheon is that both of them allow you to spin up sites with a click of a button, and the orchestration is built into their products. If you're going to use cloud, there's no orchestration available to you, but they do have like cloud hooks and stuff for you to work and automate your scripts. One other note here for really Gov folks, Acquia is FedRAMPed. So, it's one of the reasons that it's heavily highlighted here today. They are a great model for supporting cloud in the federal space. All right, Adam, let's talk about the ugly.
So, multi-site deployments can get pretty nasty pretty fast. If let's say each deployment takes roughly like 2 minutes per site, you obviously are going to first deploy all your code. And then each site, you're going to have to run some drush commands. You're going to have to run config import. You're going to run some other stuff. If you're using something like Acquia BLT, it'll run through updb, then config import. It'll throw some cache clears in between. 2 minutes seems reasonable. Now, run that through, multiply that by 100 sites. You've got about 3 hours to deploy if you did it all sequentially. And that puts you in some interesting and uncomfortable places. Some of your sites may be in an indeterminate state. If you fail halfway through, it takes you too long to figure out that you failed. Not fun. So we want to go from sequential to parallel deployments. I see in the chat that actually Jane Sambury from Georgia.gov mentioned that they are doing something with parallel drush commands using GNU Parallel with Acquia. So it's pretty cool. Nice. And he did mention that, you do have to set that unique drush cache directory for each site. That is true. So I think that was added recently I think in the past year to drush. You just have to be careful and make sure you do it. I think there are still a few issues with it potentially with BLT. So if you're using Acquia BLT, you may have to do a few additional configurations. But just something to keep in mind. None of these things are insurmountable though. They can all be done. Now, to work around some of this, parallelization is obviously one strategy. Another one is blue-green deployments. John, you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, sure. So Acquia Cloud Site Factory actually handles blue-green deployments with their deployment process as part of their orchestration. And essentially, we won't get into detail here because there's already a bunch of links from previous sessions about it in the chat. Go check it out. But essentially, you apply updates to your environment that is not active. Once those are done, you flip your DNS to the other environment with the updates, and then you update the old version. So it's just redundancy to keep your site up when you have long updates like this, and you have to do it sequentially.
And more than that, just it helps you with your rollback strategy.
Yes, very much so. All right, so let's talk about some key takeaways from this presentation. I know we're running up on time here. We've got about 10 minutes left. We want to leave time for questions, so we'll go through this pretty quickly. So what we wanted to leave you with is kind of a summation of what we talked about today and how can you decide if a platform is right for you. So again, scale. Do you have more than 10 websites? If not, you shouldn't really be looking at a platform. It's probably not the right solution for you. Do you have the organizational buy-in? Do you have the central governance? And do you have a strong product owner? Without these core foundations, you will not be successful in your build. And we think about this as kind of a wheel. And if you take a notch out of your wheel and it starts bouncing, you're not going to have a very smooth ride. And that's what ends up on a lot of these platform builds that haven't thought through what it takes to run it. And as you add more sites on, it gets heavier and it bounces more, and eventually it's all going to come tumbling down. So, Adam, you want to talk about the second half of these? Are you there? You're muted.
I was still muted. Yeah, no, we talked about automation maturity really matters. You have to be able to repeat everything. You have to be able to repeat it, not just for one site, but for all your sites. So that's important. And to get to there, really, your Agile methodology, your Agile delivery is especially important. We talked about how your team matters. Well, your team has to be thinking in an Agile way. They have to be in a place where they're being proactive, where they're not just working on the task that is in front of them, but they're asking the question of how does this fit into everything else? What are the implications of my actions here? If I write this line of code, what are the consequences? And what could it break? What does it touch? And that's a different way of thinking than a typical waterfall developer. Waterfall developers will focus on the individual specific thing. They will do it, and to hell with the rest of the consequences. That doesn't fly with a platform. If you have people that are in that mode, you will have hot fixes and downtimes and some angry product owners and business folk. And then beyond that, you do need to make sure that you have built a flexible and modular design system. If your system is rigid and doesn't allow the users to express themselves, they are going to demand things that are going to destabilize your platform. They're going to rebel. They are going to go and stand up random little crappy WordPress sites that are on GoDaddy. It happens. So unfortunately. What you want to do is you want to make sure that you are that you're making your content types give them a little bit of flexibility. They have some dials, some buttons to push, some things in the theme that can be configured and pushed a little bit, and then also leveraging things like Layout Builder or paragraphs or Acquia Cohesion as well. Tools like that where they can take the Lego blocks and put them together to express themselves. That dramatically lowers kind of some of the angst and pressure and kind of blowback that platforms often get. And then finally, you need to have that team that knows, how to put all these things together.
Yep. And what we'll leave you guys with is kind of a quote that really stood out to us by Joe Kaeser. The first rule of any technology used in business is that automation applied to an efficient operation will magnify its efficiency. The second is that automation applied to an inefficient operation will magnify the inefficiency. And this is 100%, 1000% true on a platform. If you don't have the right building blocks, the efficiency just scales and it is very apparent very fast that you're going to be setting yourself up for an issue. So with that, let's open it up to questions if we have any other ones in the queue. And I think we have about 7 minutes left.
Yeah, about.
I haven't seen any questions. Thanks, guys, for your presentation. But I'll open up for hands going up or type in the questions, let y'all respond, and I'll unmute people.
Sure.
It's mentioning conversations going on about like what other services are FedRAMPed and,
nice.
Lagoon. At least you can do self-hosting, and they do provide some support around that.
Awesome.
So that's kind of neat. So So there's definitely some stuff out of Amazy for that. So it looks like Acquia plus Amazy are both possibilities if you care about FedRAMP.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anyone have a question? Want to just jump in, unmute yourself? You're welcome to. I don't see any hands going up.
Hey, someone mentioned there was a Lagoon presentation earlier. Can you put a link to it in the chat or something?
Yeah, let me go find that. Sorry, I'm just looking for it now. Yeah, it wasn't maybe explicitly Lagoon. It's I think it's the future of multi-sites. I'm going to paste it into both chats.
Yeah, thanks, Adam.
Yeah,
Cool.
of course.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, it was by Michael Schmid, I think. And that was, yeah, here we go. So that's in, so I just pasted it into Zoom, and I'm also pasting it into the Slack.
And where do you guys hang out for like follow-up conversations?
We'll be in both the GovCon Slack. We're also on Drupal Slack, kind of with the same names. Here, I'll jump back to the, I think it's just John Doyle and Adam Weingarten for both of them. You have our contact information here if you need to get in touch with either of us.
Okay, and the recordings for this, like the future of Drupal multi-site, I missed it. So will the recording links be posted in the
Yeah, we expect those
schedule
to be up. I think we said at the end of the week.
They
and
also
it'll be
the
posted on
weekend.
the page, so we can like link to it from the page.
Hopefully on the session pages, individual session pages. Yep.
Okay,
They
cool.
were all dual streamed to YouTube Live too, so they should technically already be up if you rewind far enough on that.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
I think.
Awesome.
Yeah, it is streamed to YouTube Live. I'm not sure if they were unpublishing those right away and then editing them later, but double check. Go to the session page, look for the YouTube Live link.
Yeah,
I guess.
We are going to be editing them and posting them later.
Oh, so they're not
That's
recorded.
Kirsten. Hi, everyone.
There was a question in the chat that said, config aside, would it be beneficial to take a multi-site approach to patch core and contrib modules?
I think, yes. I mean, that's one of the major drivers here, right? If you're running 50 websites with separate cores and you have a critical security update that comes out on Wednesday and you need to apply it, usually unless you have some crazy orchestration on your cores, you'd have to pick and choose what went first, right? And that becomes a problem for your security team. It ends up with sites waiting weeks to get security patched. And most likely, if you don't have a core platform to support it, you're actually running on different technologies. So you have Drupal sites, you have WordPress sites, you have Joomla sites, whatever it might be. It just adds to that complexity of time and resources it takes to keep things updated. So I think it is a very heavy driver for core and contrib patches and security. And that's one of the major factors that I see organizations wanting to push for platforms.
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes getting those patches out, it really is a struggle. Like a lot of places aren't familiar with moving at some of the rates by which these issues come out. I mean, we've had to fight really hard on certain projects to get people to take like some of the Drupal security updates seriously. So like, I mean, typically what we do is we aim for, I think, about 24 hours on anything that's like critical or higher. And then I think for the highly criticals, we try to do it within, like about 4 hours, I think, which is also, horrifies some people.
Yep, for sure.
But if you have a platform, it's easier to basically say, oh, we only have to do one of these instead of like 100 or, 4 or 5 overwhelms different, like change approval boards.
Yeah, and if you're thinking about it from a platform perspective, you've already thought through the automation most likely, if you're doing it right. So you have that coverage in those tests, as opposed to if everyone runs up their own sites and their own teams in their own little world. Typically, automation is the last thing on their mind because they're focused on marketing. They're focused on get me my new features. They're not focused on, oh, let me spend double the time. All right, it's an exaggeration. Let me spend extra time adding automation to this so that I can have a more scalable, more secure platform that I can trust and not have to manually test every time I need to do something.
One thing that we have talked about in the past, I don't think I've done it on a project yet, but we've considered it, is you could also create a central like composer dependency for like your core and contrib, and then inherit that from on your different sites. Just as like a composer dependency, like it doesn't actually need to be anything but that. And that's one way to at least have kind of a quasi platform from a composer perspective.
Yep.
Now that doesn't help you necessarily with some of your automation, some of your regression. Those are things you still need to think about, but it is another pattern. And one that we didn't talk about, maybe we should have, maybe we'll add that for the next time we give this talk.
Yep, for sure.
Well, thanks for your presentation today, and thanks for catching that question that I missed as well from Stephen. I guess the Slack is there for anyone that wants to follow up. John and Adam.
Sweet.
All right.
Well,
awesome,
thanks,
Tim.
everyone.
Thanks,
Take
everyone.
care, guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, some good conversations on the side too. Thanks a lot. Appreciated those.
Hey Neil. All right. I was sorry. I was still in another Zoom. You hear me?
Hello. I've made Jamie, Ha, and Emmett co-hosts. I don't see your fourth presenter yet. Do you see them in the Zoom list?
Yeah, Vincent is there.
He is?
Yeah.
I see him now.
Just got here.
Cool.
Right.
Hey. Oh, is that the building museum? Nice.
I think that's the NPG, the National Portrait Gallery atrium.
Oh, yeah. Building museum looks very similar on the inside. Okay, so thanks for presenting to all of you. Who would like is going to share their screen? You're welcome to give that a test. Make sure that's going to work. If multiple, if you're switching, go ahead and do that too.
All right, doing a test share. Can you guys see my
I see
screen?
that. It's great. I see your video as well.
Cool, that works. I'll pass it off to Emmett.
Emmett, if you're there and you want to test screen sharing, go for it. Great. I see that. I don't hear you though.
That would be because I'm muted. Perfect.
Oh, very well. Cool. Okay. Great.
All right. So, but in any case, you can see all of these.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. Then I think we are good.
Great.
I will give it a try as well.
Yeah, go ahead, jump in. I just put the slides back, but go for it.
Sure.
There it is.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, so you all are going to pass it off to each other, I guess? Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. Ah. Sorry, I accidentally hit the recording. We got a warning about that. Apologies. Thanks for everyone that's joined so far. We'll get started in about 4 minutes. And please remember to keep yourself muted until the presentation is over. Feel free to ask questions in the Zoom group chat or in the coding and dev channel on Slack. And we'll try to gather all the questions for the end. to the co-host, whoever's going to share first. If you want to go ahead and get your first slide up there, feel free. Great. All right, I just wanted to welcome everyone. Thanks for attending this session, and I'm gonna switch it on over to let the presenters give their talk. And I just want to remind you to please keep yourself muted. Thanks so much.
All right, cool. Thanks, Tim. I'm Vince Rossi. I lead the 3D program at the Smithsonian Institution. I'm excited to be here with Emmett Lalish from Google. He's a senior software engineer, and he's going to be talking about Google's model viewer web component. I'm also here with Jamie Cope. Jamie's the 3D program lead developer. He'll be talking about Voyager, the Smithsonian's 3D web component for visualizing and interacting with 3D models. And Pham, who is our senior web developer at the Smithsonian. Before we get to the meat of the presentation, the web components, I wanted to give a little bit of background about the Smithsonian. So we're not one museum, we're actually 19 different museums. We have 9 research centers, a national zoo, and we have scientists operating in over 100 countries around the world. And we have this huge collection. We have 155 million objects, but less than 1% of this collection can ever be on physical display. And obviously in COVID times, most of the museums are closed. They're starting to reopen with timed entry, but even under normal conditions, the majority of our collection objects are just not accessible to the public. So that's something that excites our team, that we take that as a challenge. A quick glimpse of some of the stuff we have behind the scenes. This is just at the Natural History Museum in DC. So you can see we have all these amazing things, and what inspires our team is how can we use 3D scanning tools to unlock these objects? So first we'll 3D scan the thing, the object or the specimen, but then we need a way to view it. And that's what Jamie, Emmett, and Ha are going to be talking about. So I'll talk quickly about 3D technology. We use everything, or I should say we scan everything from insects to aircraft, as well as spacecraft, and everything in between. So in this huge collection, basically this slide shows you that there's no one 3D scanning tool that will capture all of our objects. I'll also mention that we're not looking at 3D scanning 155 million objects, but we are looking at ways to increase the throughput and efficiencies of these scanning systems. Because we have everything from insects to airplanes, we need different scanning solutions to scan those different types of objects and specimens. 2 projects I want to quickly highlight. The Apollo 11 command module. Here we're looking at renders of 3D data. So if you were to go to the National Air and Space Museum, you could see the outside of the object, but you couldn't obviously get inside, and maybe you can kind of peek inside to look at the cockpit. Now with the 3D scan, we're able to do some really cool things that we just can't do in the museum. We're able to virtually get inside the command module and have a really incredibly immersive experience. So this is kind of shows you the power of the technology. So now we're kind of being seated in the pilot seat where Michael Collins would have sat, and we're looking at the control panel. And we're also able to interrogate this data in ways we can't with the object. We could do a cross section, we could look inside of it, look at that negative space between the crew compartment and the exterior. Looking quickly at the anatomy of a 3D model, we have Neil Armstrong's spacesuit. So we're looking at the volume data right now, or the surface data, and then we add color to that data. So we have 2 different scanning systems. one that captures the geometry and another system that captures the color. So here you can see we have incredibly high resolution. So our team unlocks these objects to the world by 3D scanning them, in this case, the interior and the exterior. But then we try to take that further, where we kind of marry this data with the subject matter expert. So here you can see that we're mapping information onto the object through annotations, and we can do much more than that, but hopefully that gives you an idea. All right, so one of the things my team is excited about is that a lot of our data had a pretty restrictive license, and that license for most of our data got very unrestrictive recently. We now have a lot of data, over 2,000 models that are CC0. And I encourage you to check out the website. I know Hal is going to talk about this later and show you where to go if you wanted to download any of these 3D models and play with either Google's Model Viewer or Smithsonian's Voyager. And now I'm going to pass it off to Emmett Lalish, who's going to talk about Google's Model Viewer.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen here. All right, so yes, thank you for the intro, Vince. And I'm Emmett from Google, and I work on an open source web component called Model Viewer. And Model Viewer is completely free because the whole point is to demonstrate the power of web components and why this kind of new style of library is really powerful, especially for complicated tasks like 3D models. So really what we're here to do is take the display of interactive 3D models, which I think people think of as a potentially daunting task, and turn it into something that's as simple as a line of HTML. And so this is great for viewing on the web, but also as an entry point to AR experiences, which kind of give an even more, true scale and the kind of in your space feel to experience these things that, again, maybe they're hiding in the back of a museum somewhere, but you can really bring them to your living room effectively. And of course, we're really thrilled that the Smithsonian actually adopted Model Viewer for their Corals experience they launched recently, which they'll be talking more about later on. You can, of course, find all of our documentation on our website, modelviewer.dev. We have lots of examples there. We also have an editor there, which allows you to sort of tour through some of our API and build things even more simply. It can actually spit out little HTML snippets for you and such to make it that much easier to plug into your website. So the main reason why we built this web component is because traditionally putting 3D content on the web has been hard. And to give you an example of that, traditionally this was done with the WebGL API, which is extremely powerful, extremely capable, but at the end of the day, it's basically a JavaScript wrapper around an old C API. And as such, it is verbose and it is complicated and it requires the knowledge of a lot of things like vector algebra and shader languages and all kinds of other stuff. So, what you're looking at right here, I don't expect you to take all of this in, but this is a minimal example. This is the minimum amount of code, basically, that you need using WebGL to get, I kid you not, a single colored triangle onto your website. I think in general, we're actually looking for a bit more than this out of our 3D experiences. And as you can imagine, as things get more complicated, so too does your WebGL code. And those code bases can get pretty extreme. And with that kind of a barrier to entry, it's hard to get a lot of 3D content on the web. It's been the domain of experts for a long time, and we're trying to change that. And we're trying to change that in a way because, what's beautiful about the web is that HTML is easy. Really, that's its whole purpose, is to be the easy way to build documents on the web. And it's a big part of why the web has grown so dramatically, because you don't really need to be an expert programmer to make a beautiful HTML website. And the other power of HTML is it's composable, right? You can put pieces together any way that you want to create rich experiences. So a really simple example of that, right, is, you want to put an image on a website. Oh, you want that image to now be a link to somewhere. That's fine. You can do this declarative mixing of things together. And we all kind of understand how this works intuitively. The document tree is a nice, simple way to represent how things can all attach to each other. Well, what if instead of static images, we started thinking about 3D models? Now, it's actually a little bit unfortunate that we here on Zoom can actually only describe things as videos, right? This is what we can do in a presentation, because in fact, presentations don't yet support 3D models, although I expect they will eventually. And right now, we can show you, oh, here is this pretty thing, but well, why didn't you just give me a video? The reason we're not just giving you a video is because the real power of having a 3D model on your website is it's actually interactive. Whereas a video fundamentally is about passive consumption, what 3D models give you is interactivity. They give you engagement, because now your users can decide where they want to look at it from. They can move it around as they see fit. And the ability, especially with modern physically based rendering, as you're seeing here, the fact that you can have real material properties on your objects, you can apply any lighting environment you want. That means that when you can move an object and see how the light plays off of it, you get a very clear idea of what that material actually is, right? I don't think there's any doubt in people's mind that this is some kind of a glossy metallic, kind of damaged, scratched up object, right? And that's immediately clear, and even more so when you control the experience. And the beauty of this is, if you want to give this three-dimensional interactive experience, we're making it so that it's really not any different than inserting an image or a video element into your website, right? It's a custom element. So now you have a model viewer tag. And sure enough, just like an image, you would set the source, now in this case, to a GLTF, which is a Chronos standard file format. And the power of the GLTF standardization is that, unlike previous model formats, we've actually standardized the way materials are represented physically. And therefore, we've standardized the way that renderers will reproduce them on the screen. And that's incredibly important, because it means now that you don't have to do the work to tell your computer how to render it. Just by giving us a file format, we can actually reproduce it faithfully. And you can be confident that whatever lighting you apply, because in fact we allow any custom lighting to be applied in this element as well, and lots of other customizations, you know that it will actually be represented faithfully. And what's even more powerful is we've done the work to make this efficient, which means now even on a relatively low-end mobile device, GPUs have come so far that you can actually get these accurate physical representations of an object even on your phone. And you don't need the latest iPhone to do it, which is pretty incredible. So we really make an effort to make sure that this spreads across devices, across browsers. We're supported all the way down to IE11. And the reason we're doing this is because we want to make authoring 3D content as easy as writing HTML. We don't want you to have to think about shaders. We don't want you to have to think about GPUs. We want you to be able to simply author a model and then be able to put it into your page as interactive as you want, connected to anything that you want, using the traditional methods of web development. And as part of that, right, we do a lot of details about things that matter on the web, right? Accessibility is something that's important, I think, to all of us. And we've built this right into Model Viewer so that, there's, for people using screen readers, for people using tab and keyboard navigation and such, that these experiences still bring something more than just, an empty canvas. And I think that's really important. But in addition to that, a huge part of making Model Viewer a custom element is the ability to make it customizable. Because again, this is the core of the web, right? Is, the idea of CSS is that we can bring in any kind of theming, any kind of customization that you need, and that can flow into all of the elements on your page, wherever they've come from. That's absolutely true of Model Viewer too. And so, for instance, we have these, we make extensive use of slots. So in this case, you can see on the left, there's a very simple default progress bar that we ship with. That's just sort of enough to make it clear something is happening. But obviously your page might want something that's nicer looking or that matches your theme. And you can easily do this by simply putting in a child element and saying slot equals progress bar, and then any kind of CSS that you've styled that with will naturally replace whatever our default was. And we have slots like this for lots of items, not just progress bars, but also the poster, that this image that we show before the model has completely loaded. Things like the enter AR button. If you're making an AR experience, maybe you want that to be localized to every language, and maybe you have a system on your website for doing that. Well, now you can simply put that in as its own custom slot, and you don't have to worry about whether we've got support for it or not. It'll always just work. And then, of course, AR is obviously important to us as well. That's kind of a big thing these days. There's a lot of different ways to do AR. We support 3 different ones natively, in fact. Scene Viewer is a native app on Android. Quick Look is a similar native app on iOS. We can launch both of those. But we're especially excited that now within Chrome, we support the standard, the web standard WebXR. And what's really important about WebXR is it allows this customization from the web to actually flow through into AR naturally. What you'll see here is we entered AR, but the custom carousel down on the bottom here, that has nothing to do with Model Viewer, right? These are just DOM elements and CSS that we put on our page. But since the AR experience hasn't left the browser in this case, we're able to maintain all of that. And so now, like if I want to select these carousel items to change the model that I'm looking at, no problem, right? It all just happens naturally. And when I jump back out of AR into the 3D mode, my state is all maintained, the user experience is consistent, that's this really key element of being able to use WebXR for these things, as it means now that anything that you wanted to do in terms of custom experience, whether it's through event listeners on pointers, or whether you're looking at having responses to elements and JavaScript and anything you want to do, it all functions. And so you can see here that, for instance, we also support hotspots and annotations. And again, this is all done naturally through DOM. So, here are things that basically they look like they're attached to 3D because, in fact, we've given them coordinates within the model's reference frame. But all of the styling and all of the actual content of those is just regular DOM. So we're able to do this with all of the standard techniques of web development and all of the power of that. And again, it flows naturally right into the AR scene with WebXR. And so now if you want to, click on these hotspots and have that change something about the model, or have it give more descriptions, or even have it link to a new page, all of that is going to work naturally the way you'd expect any website to. But it gives us that interactivity within the 3D scene now. And that's really the power that web components give us, is that all of the web development tools that you're used to using work pretty much the same way you'd expect, but now incorporating this 3D and interactive environment. And so now I'm going to go ahead and pass this along to Jamie to talk about the Voyager viewer at Smithsonian that has some even deeper features.
Thanks, Emmett. And okay. All right, so yeah, as Emmett mentioned, I'm going to talk about how we at the Smithsonian are working to address those same challenges of getting 3D content on the web. So what we've done is we've created a whole suite of software tools that help to automate our pipeline from that initial capture event that Vince talked about to processing of that data into a 3D model, then on to authoring an experience around that model, and then presenting it to the public via our API. All these tools are still in development, but our 2 main tools, Cook and Voyager, that we use for the processing, authoring, and viewing, are actually in regular production use by us. And today what I'll be talking about is our Voyager set of web components. So what is Voyager? Well, it has a back end and a front end. The backend is a component that we call Voyager Story, and that's used by curators, authors, and other content matter experts to craft those experiences around our 3D content. And that might involve placing annotations, adding articles and additional images, maybe even curated tours of the object, whatever they feel like helps to tell the story of that model. But that component, the story component, is also used by our 3D technicians on the back end to review the data, to go through our QC process to make sure that the models and the textures are all as we expect and don't have any issues that need to be resolved. Then on the front end, we have our Voyager Explorer component, and that's what you'll see if you go to our website at 3d.si.edu. And that's what we use to serve these experiences that we've crafted on the back end to the public. And Voyager Explorer at its core is similar to Model Viewer in that it allows you to render an interactive 3D model, but it also layers on top another set of functionality that supports that richer learning experience. So that involves things like an article reader for that additional content I mentioned earlier, as well as our object space annotations, and some additional tools like the ability to measure your object, look at a cut through of it, and even change material properties and lighting and things like that. We also have a component called Voyager Mini. That's essentially the same as Voyager Explorer, but with all that additional experiential layer stripped out of it. So it's basically just the ability to render and interact with the model. And the idea behind that is we can use that as essentially a very low overhead 3D thumbnail that's still interactive and engaging, but serves more as a conduit to that richer Voyager Explorer experience. So why Voyager? Well, in a traditional museum environment, what we have physical objects stored in collections. We get those objects out, we add lights, we pose them, we add props, and then we add some additional educational content to help tell a story around that object. Well, with Voyager, our goal is to go through that same process, but with our digital assets. So on this slide on the left, you'll see a screenshot of a scan that we did of a collections object. Then on the right, we have the model that resulted from that scan of the collections object seen in our Voyager Explorer component. And here we've added lighting, we've posed it, we've added props, which in this case are annotations that describe points on the surface. And then we've added our additional content, which here is an article and an image that curator thought was important to go along with this view of this model. And so now I'd like to show you a couple of brief real-time demos of the back and front end components. So here we have our Voyager Story component that's loaded up with that same model from the slides. You can see there's quite a bit of UI accompanying this view here. On the left, we have a scene map that shows you everything you have in that scene. It shows you the objects as well as the lighting and the camera. And then on top of the UI, we have buttons that represent and initiate each of the stages of our experience creation process. We have posing of the model. We have capturing thumbnails. We have reviewing derivatives, and derivatives in this case are lower resolution versions of that same model. And the idea behind the derivatives is that we may have end users who have situations like low bandwidth, or they might have older hardware, and serving them a super high resolution model is just going to be a really sluggish and degraded experience. So we have these lower res models that we can serve in those appropriate situations. Then we have the ability to add annotations. You can create and attach articles. You can create those custom tours, as well as targeted interaction and some global settings. And each one of these tasks, when you select them, they'll appear, the details will appear in this task window after you select a model, and then the task will be accomplished in the main window. And I don't have the opportunity to go through all of these during this talk, but I did want to mention that almost all of our steps in our process all have a pretty, what we think of as intuitive, what you see is what you get interface. So for instance, with tours, To create a tour stop, all you need to do is recreate in this Explorer view what you'd like your end users to see when they get to that stop in the tour. So you can reposition your model, you can turn on or off annotations, you could add an article that you want to be open at that step in the tour, and then just save that step. And then that's what will be recreated and presented to your end user when they get to that point in the tour. And when you've finished all the steps and you've gotten everything the way you want it, you'll click Save in the interface, and that will take all that information and that configuration and save it out to a scene descriptor file. And now I will switch over to the front end. Right now I'm on our website, 3d.si.edu, and I've searched for the collections page for that same object. And this is a Drupal site. And you'll see that this is that same interactive style module, but this is actually our front end. So a lot of that UI for the back-end authoring interface is not there. Then on the right, we have additional details about this object that come directly from a database. But within our Explorer module, we have this menu on the left-hand side that allows you to access that additional functionality. So you can start tours, you can view articles, you can turn on and off the annotations, which are also clickable to provide you additional information. You can also, also access this other additional functionality that I mentioned, like measuring and slicing through your object. And just wanted to briefly talk about that scene descriptor file that I mentioned, since that kind of for us serves as the intermediary between our backend component and our front end component. It's a JSON standard format. Itself, it saves information like the pose, lighting, annotations, etc. But it also has URIs embedded in it that point to our external resources, like our 3D assets, which are also GLTF format, like Emmett mentioned with Model Viewer, as well as are things like our articles, additional images, and any thumbnails we may have created. I also wanted to talk about where we're headed with our Voyager project. So to this point, what I've showed are basically experiences designed around a single object. And we really think we can take our technology to the next level by supporting multiple objects and maybe even entire collections of objects. But the issue right now is that is twofold. First, from a technical perspective, if we were to take, say, these 4 presidential models, dump them into a component, add our lights, our pose, our props, and our content, what we would most likely get is just a really degraded user experience, with this spinning loading icon. And that's not what we want to provide. Additionally, there's some challenges to storytelling with that many objects. If you're going to view an entire collection, you want to be able to talk about that collection as a whole and compare and contrast the individual objects, but you still want to be able to look at those objects on their own and tell their individual stories. So that's definitely a challenge. So here I'd like to show you a brief video about what we're trying to do to address some of those challenges with multi-model presentations. So what we have here is we have a collection of coral models that our subject matter experts thought were important to show together, again, so that they can be contrasted and compared. But also, we still want to maintain the individual stories of those objects. So if I hit play, what you'll see when it loads is that all the coral models are posed together. We can navigate around the center of the group to view the collection as a whole. Each model is what we call thumb quality. So it's essentially the 3D version of an image thumbnail. It uses lower resolution geometry and textures than the original models. And then by clicking on one of these thumbnail models, we initiate a visual transition from the model group to the single selected model and its associated content. The view is now centered on that model, and along the way, a higher resolution model has been streamed in to replace that thumbnail. Then when we're done with this content, we can return back to the model group and we can select another item. This allows the user to explore the collection content by drilling down without losing the connection and the context of the collection as a whole. It also allows us to address some of those technical issues I mentioned by streaming in and out the resources as they're needed, instead of having to front load them all at the beginning for all of that content. And today we've been talking about two different components that both are designed to make it easier to present 3D on the web. But I wanted to highlight some significant differences between the two. I think fundamentally, the main difference comes from the purpose or the goals of these respective projects. With Model Viewer, as Emmett mentioned, the goal is fundamentally to just get that 3D content rendered and interactive on the web in the easiest and most reliable way possible. And that's through integrating it into core HTML. With Voyager, we also want to make it easy to present that 3D content, but we're more focused on the experience that's designed around the content, making that easy to do and simple to provide. Model Viewer is very extensible and lightweight, so you can create any of that experiential content on top of Model Viewer. So it's very flexible in that way. Voyager is less flexible, but includes a lot of that content and the functionality to support that experiential content in its component. Model Viewer, as Emmett also mentioned, has integrated AR support, which is awesome. It works really well. I recommend it if you haven't tried it. Voyager does not yet, but it is in our roadmap. So we're hoping to support that in the next couple of months. They use different styles for annotations. And they also both have in-browser editors, but keeping in line with the purposes of the projects, Model Viewer's editor is geared more towards working with the scene and the object, whereas Voyager's editor revolves more around the experience and being able to craft that in browser. And a commonality, the rendering for both of them is powered behind the scenes by the pretty robust 3JS project, which is also open source and available on GitHub. And lastly, I wanted to show you one more demo, which shows what we can do when we combine the models and the content of the Smithsonian and the educational experience with Google's Model Viewer and a Drupal site. And that's our Corals project that Emmett mentioned. So here is our Corals site. And as I scroll down, you'll see that we have individual modules, which each are composed of a Model Viewer component on the left, and then our traditional educational content on the right and below. And I wanted to stop here and just mention one of the key points of why we decided to go with Model Viewer for this project. And that's how you can create a different level of interaction with your educational content. So in addition to being able to rotate and zoom the model, as you can with both components, as Emmett mentioned, the Model Viewer component embeds directly into your HTML. So in actually different parts of it, including the annotations, are actually document elements themselves. So it's easy to access them and interact with them with basic JavaScript. So here with our traditional text content, as you read through it, you'll see that we have some words that are highlighted and actually made into a button. So if you click on that button, we're able to reorient the camera of the model and open up the annotation that describes the cross-section that we made that button for. So that shows you just one simple example of how using Model Viewer in an HTML page and in a Drupal page, which is what this is, you can add an additional level of interaction beyond what a 3D component provides. And now I'd like to hand it off to Ha, who will talk about how you can embed either of these components into your Drupal site. I think you might be muted, Ha.
But I was sharing the meaning of life and you guys completely missed it. But can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, sorry about that. So now that we've mentioned how we create these models and the different tools that you can use to display them, how do we find these models? They're available on 3d.si.edu/explore. And you can basically embed all of our models, but as Vincent mentioned, we launched the open access initiative earlier this year. So the majority of these models are open access, and therefore there's no restrictions in terms of copyright and things like that. To just really search for these open access models, just click on the open access media checkbox, click the search box, and the page will reload. And like I said, we've got about 3,500 models and 2,300 of them are open access. So if you go into the page itself, there's a share button. That's the iframe, and that is the easy way to embed the 3D Voyager and the model that you're looking at onto your website. If you want to, if you want to do a little bit more manipulation with the models, add annotations, kind of create context around it, then I would recommend using the model viewer. And basically to use that, you just need to include these two JavaScripts, and then copy the link of the GLB or the GLTF models from 3d.si.edu, and you can find that basically on most of our open access models. If you click the download button, you can see we will provide a GLB or a GLTF file. Just copy that link and insert it into the model viewer tag. You can also visit modelviewer.dev. It has a lot of documentation about the attributes, how to add annotations, how to change the camera orbit. And the way we did it for the Corals project was we basically used the paragraph module. And so I'm just going to walk you through that page that Jamie was looking at. So basically, each of these blocks are a paragraph bundle. The annotation themselves are a separate paragraph bundle because they needed to be rendered slightly different. But we did the paragraph bundle, and then we used a pre-processed entity hook to add the scripts and to make any changes to the data, and then a custom template. And and it was very simple to embed this into our existing Drupal site. These are the GitHub repos and the documentation from Model Viewer if you're interested in finding out more. And if you have questions, please let us know.
Well, thanks for that presentation to all of you. That was great, really awesome, such cool, amazing stuff. I see one question from Linda. She asked, how do you plan to integrate accessibility into your project? I'm not sure which project, whether it's the tool that Google provides or the tool that the Smithsonian has made specifically. It was touched on earlier, but if someone could address that, that'd be great.
Well, I can say that in Model Viewer, as I said, we do build accessibility in, and of course, we're constantly trying to improve it. So, right now we're mostly focused on kind of making sure that the model is navigatable from keyboard and that kind of thing, and of course we have like screen reader stuff to give an idea of sort of how you're viewing the object and give a little bit of context there. Not to mention just sort of make sure that it flows through with the normal accessibility of a web page that's built into. But we're definitely interested in other ideas. There have been thoughts about making better accessibility 3D rendering by, for instance, having like high contrast modes for the rendering and that kind of thing. Various ideas along those fronts. We haven't gotten to that point yet, but I think that those would be interesting to look at in the future.
And I could tell from, I can speak from our experience with the Corals project that because Model Viewer, it's just another HTML element on your site. You can easily change your theme to make sure that there is at least the elements that you add to the model viewer. Those elements do have the color contrast and all the necessary tags in there to make it accessible.
Yeah, and I can mention with Voyager, we have a number of the same goals that Emmett talked about. We're not quite as far along as Model Viewer yet, but we also, to some degree, support screen readers and plan to expand that. And also are looking at alternate interaction paradigms and how we can support those.
There's a question from Peter about whether the links and resources, I guess maybe your slide deck will be available in the GovCon site. If it isn't already, I'm not aware.
I just shared his link to the slides, and we'll tweet them out.
Thanks so much. I had a question. Is there any accessibility, privacy or security concerns with embedding these tools or things on a government website? I realize a lot of it's open source and you could roll your own, but if you just want to embed something, from the Smithsonian onto another government site, what might be loaded by doing that?
So in the case of Model Viewer, at least, being a web component is great because it means we're very much self-contained. We're within the sandbox of the browser, and the power of WebGL means that in fact everything is happening locally, right? There is no communication with the server. There's not like server-side rendering or something like that. So in fact, everything that you see is actually being processed directly on your phone, and there's in fact no way like. I mean, as a developer of Model Viewer, it would be fantastic if I knew something like, say, how many people were using Model Viewer, but I couldn't even find that out if I wanted to, because in fact, it's just like an image tag on a website, and it doesn't have any way to phone home.
And from a content perspective, from the 3D models themselves, if we make it available online, it can be shared, it can be embedded. We want that to happen. The only restriction would be an example of like an art object. It would still be under copyright. In that case, we would make the model viewable, but we would not necessarily make the downloads available because the object is under copyright. But luckily, the vast majority of the things we've scanned don't have restrictions and have that CC0 license.
And I can mention for Voyager, it's very similar to what Emmett mentioned, being self-contained as a component. One difference is we do have the capability. So if you were to use the share code that Ha mentioned to directly embed a complete Voyager module from our site, excuse me, we do have a Google Analytics tag that sends some custom data back to us. So that allows us, it's all anonymous, but that allows us to gather some metrics on some of our different tools. So we can see, if people are using certain tools like the measuring or the cut through tool, and what is most important for us to support, as well as with like reading articles and things like that, which are most popular, but it isn't gathering any information on like who is using it and what their hardware is or anything like that.
That's great. Thanks for all those answers. Does anyone else in the room here have any questions they wanted to ask verbally? Feel free to unmute. Well, I had one. I'm sorry to just jump in here again, but I noticed when you were sharing, there was one slide. Did you click over to a tab and it didn't show what you were showing? Were you trying to show the Drupal paragraphs interface? I would love to see that if that was the intent.
Sure, I could show the paragraph. I'm not sure which slide did not like where the disconnect happened. So was it when I was talking about how we built how we basically use paragraphs to build this?
Yeah, I think so. It seemed like you were intending to show another tab, but it stayed on the presentation tab.
Ah,
But
gotcha.
maybe I was imagining
no,
it.
I did switch over to the site, our site, to show you.
I'd love to see that. That'd be awesome.
Let me log in and I can show you the back end as to how we built this. We did this in 7 because we're still migrating to 8, but you can easily do this in 8 as well. And in fact, I've actually done it in 8, also using paragraphs. So let me see if I can share my screen. Okay. So let's basically walk through this page. I'm not quite sure what it is you guys see. Give me 1 second. Do you see the ecosystem engineers?
Yes.
Okay. So each of these block of content is a paragraph bundle. We wanted to add context, so we provided, text blocks and text fields for this information, but then we also added a bunch of fields that were specific to the model viewer. And if this, let me see if the edit option comes up for this page. So this is the back end, and it's taken a while to load. I'm not sure why, but these are the specific viewer fields that we use. It's basically a link field, a text field, another text field. And basically, I did not do any validation because I trust that Jamie knew what content to put in, and because I wasn't quite sure what to validate. But I took the combination of all these text fields and did a paragraph, a custom paragraph template so that it will render the HTML mockup similar to this.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point to tie in with what Emmett was saying, that Model Viewer aims to make it really easy to, drop it into HTML and configure it with CSS and things like that. But if you have someone like Ha on your team who can set up these Drupal templates, it's even easier. You don't even really need to know anything about HTML. You just fill in the fields and do things like here we're showing how to set the initial camera view, how to set the poster image that's seen before the model loads. All sorts of things like that can be done without even knowing anything about coding.
Great, well, we're out of time. So thanks to everyone. And thanks for your presentation to all of you co-presenters. And thanks to everyone for attending.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Much.
Thanks.
Nika, you're now host.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey, Nika, are you here? Nika,
Yes, I am here.
do you want me to take over this room for you? Abby said you might need help.
Yes, I do, because I'm in 2 rooms.
Okay, yeah, I'll take it, and then I just need to find the script.
Okay, you mean the placeholder slide?
No, the script for running the room.
Oh, I'll Slack you.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Let me hand over host to you, okay?
Okay, and I'm just gonna run downstairs real quick and refill my water.
Awesome.
Hey, I just want to let you all know that I'm here for the next to present for the next session. So I'm just letting you know I'm here.
Oh, hi.
Hi, is that Mike Knight?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, so I'm gonna make you, since I have control right now, I'm gonna make you co-host, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
And then Laura, before I roll, I'm gonna make you host.
Perfect. And I'm just gonna run downstairs and get some water, and I'll look for your Slack for the shortcut to the Google thing.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
Thank you. Okay. I'm also going to stop sharing my screen so you can actually begin sharing yours.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, everyone. We're going to be getting started in about 2 minutes. Don't forget that the Slack channel is where we're going to be putting written questions. And if we have time at the end, we will do some on microphone questions as well. Okay, so captioning, if we're ready to go, and Mike, you're ready to go, let's get started.
Awesome. Okay, can everybody see me? Can everybody see the screen, my slide deck? Excellent. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. So first off, thank you to everybody for joining me for this session. So what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about the A word. And if you haven't been able to guess what that is, just kind of based on what you see here on that slide, that is Agile. And the way that the reason why I framed it this way is because I know that Agile can either be that a thing that either when you hear it or if you know about it, it inspires it inspires change and really inspires you. But it can also be a word that is really, really triggering for some people, and it could be a really bad word in some places. So I'm going to share some tips to help those of you out there who may be in some ways new to Agile. Maybe you have heard about it, just through reading or through attending talks or conferences, and you're pretty excited and you want to put it to work in your organization and with your team, but you don't quite know where to get started. Or you may be up against a bit of resistance and have some hesitance among the people that you're working with, the teams that you're working with. So I'm going to give you some tips here to help to get you started. First up, just a disclaimer here that the views that I'm going to be talking about, these tips, everything, these are all based on my experiences, helping my teams and my colleagues to understand and adopt Agile. So this is for all the, I guess, any ethics lawyers who might be watching this. I'm not speaking on behalf of the government or my agency. Just want to get that out of the way first. So a little bit about me. I'm a certified Scrum professional, Scrum Master. I'm a project management professional as well. And, I pretty much specialize at this point in doing a lot of Drupal-based projects. So a lot of website redesigns, website migrations, and things along those lines. And I'm a federal employee, and I've been working in the federal government space for about 15 years, a little more. And I'm currently based at the National Archives, and I live here in DC. And I should also mention too, if you have any questions at all as I'm going through the slides, don't hesitate to drop them into the chat. And as mentioned earlier, if we have time, at the end, I will aim to answer any questions that you have. But during the presentation, I may not be able to see them, but at the end, we'll definitely get to the questions. All right. So first up here, my Agile journey really starts around 2017. And so it was right around that time that I was assigned to a pretty rather large scale, one of my first large scale Drupal projects which involved a site that was pretty old at that time. It hadn't been touched in maybe about 10 years. It existed outside of a content management system. And we were tasked with migrating that site into Drupal 8, and at the same time, redesigning the front end as well. And so I should add, up to that point, everything that I pretty much knew about Agile was really based on, a lot of knowledge that I gained from reading, from articles, blogs online. It was from listening to talks, at events like this one right here, attending conferences as well. And I thought that I had a pretty good grasp of things. And I should also mention that I was really focused on Scrum at that time as well. That was sort of my introduction into Agile. And at that point, I felt really confident in what I knew, and I was ready to put my knowledge into action. And so I asked our then web branch chief if, hey, for this project, would you mind if I help the team and led the team in an Agile approach for this? And luckily she agreed, and the rest is pretty much history. And from that point forward, every project that I've worked with, or worked on, been managing, I've brought an Agile approach to it, and I've learned a lot of things along the way. Everything did not always go well, and there are definitely some things that I wish that I knew in the beginning, to allow me to help people a little bit better, and to also just to be able to just to have a smoother transition into Agile. And so these are some of the lessons that I'm going to share with you today. And again, take these with you if you are someone who is really curious about Agile right now, and you want to get started with it, but you don't know where to start. You might be up against some resistance. So my first tip to you is to forget everything that you think that you know about Agile. And so this is if you've ever seen Men in Black before, it's Will Smith. He's holding up that mind eraser. So I want you to try to do that. Like, just try to forget everything that you think that you know about Agile, especially if you just have a surface understanding of it right now. One of the main reasons why I say that is because looking back on my own experience, I did a lot of self-guided learning initially, as I mentioned, and I developed a lot of misconceptions along the way. And in addition to that, whenever I encountered any resistance to Agile, encountered people who just did not want to hear about it, did not want to adopt the principles and the practices, it was oftentimes due to misconceptions that they also had as well. So here, as I mentioned, so any bad experiences and poor implementations of Agile are often the main reasons the main factors that really keep people away from it, that keep people, they don't want to have anything to do with it. So it's really important for, first off, for you to kind of just do a hard reset of what you think that you know, because you may have likely picked up some misconceptions about Agile if you're just getting started. And it's also good to do a reset in order to understand this, so that you kind of have an understanding of why people may be resistant. Could be because they had a really, really bad experience about it at some point, may have been misguided or given some false information about it at some point along the way. And so one thing that I always tell people is just to understand the things that Agile is now. So when you're doing this reset of what you think Agile is, start with thinking about what it is not. So it is not a specific tool or software. Just because you use Jira or Asana or Trello, those are tools, those are great, but those don't make you Agile. And I think a lot of people have think that. I know I thought in the beginning that Agile was part of Agile was just using a specific tool. I also understand that Agile is not a specific meeting or a specific event either. There are some frameworks and some methods of being Agile that may include those things, but just because you have a sort of daily meeting, or you have certain retros or certain elements that you may have heard about and you've implemented them, those are great, but that doesn't actually always mean that you are specifically Agile. Another thing too is just to know that Agile is not a specific set of rules. So just because you may be one day your organization has decided, hey, everybody who's a project manager, we're now going to call you guys Agile coaches or Scrum masters. that's fine in name, but that's not necessarily just all that Agile is. So just understand those things first when you're doing that reset. And again, another reason why I encourage people just to start fresh and to forget the things that you know is because that helps you to make way for new insights and to be able to take in the correct teachings and correct knowledge early on. And it'll also help you to kind of understand like where you need to grow and where you also may want to focus your learning at as well. So tip number 2 is to start with the basics. Start with the basics. And as I mentioned, when I first was introduced to Agile, my entry point was Scrum. And I'm going to just bring up this slide here. So this is a look at many of the different Agile methods and frameworks that are out there. Some of these may be familiar to some of you if you kind of have like a surface understanding of Agile you've been studying on your own. There's Kanban, there's disciplined Agile, there's less, there's safe. And just for some background information on these frameworks essentially are, they give you prescribed, there's a set of like prescriptive methods, if you will, that you can use to jumpstart your team into becoming Agile. And those things are great, but I always tell people that you really want to start with understanding first and foremost what Agile means at a really foundational level. And to get there, what you want to do is to first and foremost is to start thinking of Agile as a mindset first. So before you dive head first into starting out with any particular Agile framework or method, first just take a step back and understand that Agile is a mindset. And it's based on a set of 4 values and 12 principles that stem from the Agile Manifesto. And so this is actually a screenshot of the Agile Manifesto website. The official name is actually the Manifesto for Agile Software Development. And a little bit of background information on this is that back in 2001, a group of software developers came together because they were looking to uncover better ways of developing software. Now, some of them up to this point were practicing and using methods that we now understand or consider to be Agile methods or Agile frameworks. But nonetheless, they came together at that time to really kind of distill their knowledge and learnings into one kind of concise, I guess, body of knowledge, if you will. And so they came up with this, what's known as the Agile Manifesto. And you can kind of think of this as like the Agile Constitution. It really kind of is the backbone for what we consider to be Agile right now. And so if you have not done it already, again, if you are new to Agile, if you have like a surface understanding of it, you want to get started, or again, if you only know about specific frameworks up to this point, take a step back first and read this. And so these are the 4 core values of Agile. And one thing about this is that whenever you see the values written out, there's always going to be some type of formatting difference in the way that the words are presented. So the words on the left are always going to be a bit more prominent than those on the right. And that's because the things on the left are valued more in Agile. So individuals and interactions are valued way more than processes and tools. Those things have a place, but the individuals and the interactions are the things that matter way more, right? So working software over comprehensive documentation. I know in projects, we like to spend a lot of time, we have to sometimes, creating documents of any kind or making sure that we check off certain boxes before a project can launch because that's what maybe is required by our organizations. And maybe that same energy, in doing so, generating all that documentation, kind of spinning our wheels and not really getting at the heart of the matter and really working on and producing what we need to produce, which is actually the software or whatever that product is that you should be creating in that project. Next up is customer collaboration over a contract negotiation. What this really gets at is that, normally in projects, if it's waterfall or just any traditional project methodology, normally there's not a lot of collaboration between that project team and the people, the customers or end users that you're actually building that product for. And so communication and that collaboration may only happen at those contract negotiation points. When that project is kicking off, And when you're developing maybe that RFP, or maybe when changes come up or issues come up during the project, and maybe then once again when you're panning over the actual end product. So that's normally how it would go in a lot of traditional aspects of project management, if you will. But in Agile, it's really more of a focus on just continuous collaboration with your customer at all points throughout the project. And then the fourth value is responding to change over following a plan. And I should point out here that oftentimes when I have encountered people who did not have a favorable view of Agile, it was often related to this point right here. So a lot of people they are under the impression that Agile simply means you're just building something blindly in the dark, that you're just going to go off and just whatever happens, and that's what it is. And that's something that could be very scary, especially to management, because that could signify there's going to be a lot of time wasted and money wasted. But Agile's plan does actually exist. You do want to start off knowing that you're going to, knowing or having a vision about what your end result is going to be. However, the thing that is really valued more is that you're not just sticking to a plan, but you're actually going to be open to responding to the changes that may occur along the way based on the collaboration that may take place or that will take place between your project team and the customers that you're serving. And so these are the 12 principles. I'm not going to go through all of these just for the interest of time. But as I mentioned, the Agile Manifesto, it lists out and kind of shows us how we can actually embody Agile, what it means. So you see some specific attributes or actions here about what agility is, satisfying your customers with early and continuous delivery of valuable software, building projects around motivated individuals, promoting sustainability. Your Agile processes should promote sustainability as well. So those are all the 12 principles of Agile. And I definitely encourage you to take a look at that Agile Manifesto on your own if you've not done so already, especially if you're just starting out. And one other point that I'd like to make here is that, if you, at the very least, if as long as you are approaching your work where you are incorporating the values and the principles of Agile into the work that you do, your team embodies those things, your organization embodies what's in the Agile Manifesto. At the end of the day, you are Agile. So that is very, very important to understand. Just because you are, you don't have to subscribe to one specific Agile framework. Your organization doesn't have to use SAFe or Scrum necessarily or Kanban to be Agile. Those are great things. And I guess I'm not telling you not to use those, but I guess, again, if you're just starting out, to first and foremost understand agility, being Agile is a mindset. And to start here first. And that'll also give you a better understanding of the frameworks out there. And also give you a better understanding of which frameworks may work best for you. Because as you start to put some of these principles into practice, you may discover that there may be a certain framework that helps you to do that better than some others. But again, start to get a foundational understanding of these things first. My third tip is to start small. So that very first project that I worked on, where we were migrating that website and redesigning it, was able to help the team to adopt those Agile practices for the first time. So we were a pretty small team, I guess relatively speaking. So it was about maybe 7 of us. And I like to point that out. And again, we were using Scrum. And I just want to point out the importance of starting small, because with Scrum, and you may find this if you do decide to go with a certain framework, any framework, there's going to be a bit of startup time that is necessary, a lot of initial coordination that is necessary. So with Scrum, for example, it involves having daily stand-up meetings and, having to work within a set block of time. So we worked in 2-week sprints and having retrospectives every 2 weeks and doing a demo every 2 weeks. And then also budgeting time in between all that to work on the backlog, to refine the backlog and to stay on top of what was coming next. And so that requires a great deal of coordination amongst people to know what time works best for everyone and to really get everybody to buy in. So start small. And again, start with a small team because it's easier to coordinate. So again, if you are on the edge right now and you're thinking about, you want to use certain agile methods for a project, again, if you do, whatever you do, start small first. It's easier coordination. There's also the benefit of having a shorter feedback loop. So you as that project leader, that project manager, whatever role that you are going to play, Scrum Master, whatever role that you're going to play in introducing Agile to your organization and working with your team to adapt it, you'll be able to, because it's small, you'll be able to see pain points and the things that are not working well that you guys may need to improve going forward. And also the other benefit of having a small team first is that there's a better, it just helps for better transfer of knowledge. And that'll be important because just understand that by you taking the lead to introduce Agile to your organization, we are going to have to do some teaching. You're going to have to help to bring your team up to speed. And it's a lot easier to do that with one team at one time, as opposed to working with multiple teams across an entire organization. So just keep that in mind. Another aspect of starting small is don't be afraid to start with one small project, when you're getting started. Instead of just going, your first time out with Agile being with a very large project, it's really high stakes, high visibility. You don't want to do that. Start small with a small project, one with low visibility and less stakes involved, because it just lowers the risk. There's a lower impact because they're not going to go smoothly. You want to just think of your first project with Agile, and I think this applies really for anything. If you're doing anything for the first time, it's a pilot in some ways. It's not gonna go perfect. It's gonna be a test run. You can definitely look at it that way. And so if you start with a small project, one that's kind of a little lower impact, low visibility, there won't be too many consequences if you have to reset in the middle, or maybe if the time has to be stretched out a little bit. So I had that benefit that with that first project, it was a large project, but at the same time, we had the benefit of just kind of being able to set our own boundaries. And if we had we encountered some issues along the way, and we had to go over the processes again, and to sort of shift how we were kind of working in the Scrum framework, we could do so without really, causing, I guess, any major issues with the project. So another thing to keep in mind in terms of starting small is don't be afraid to just apply Agile methods to either a small phase of your project or just one single phase of the project, instead of feeling like you have to use Agile methods for an entire project across the entire project lifecycle. You may find that it's, Agile may only work during the discovery phase, or the design phase. When you are have a project, we're oftentimes, if we're just developing wireframes, or mock-ups, that really may be the only time where it makes sense. So just keep that in mind, especially if you're just starting out. Maybe just break it down or just identify one particular area where it makes more sense to use those Agile methods. Second thing here is that just to keep in mind that, again, Agile methods are not limited to development activities only. So keep that in mind also. And honestly, just a rule of thumb is anywhere in your project, any phase that may benefit from, having high collaboration, or where you need to really produce a product very frequently and to iterate on that project. So wherever it makes sense for that to occur, that could be a really, really, really good place to implement those Agile processes there. So tip number four is to give yourself grace. And what I mean by that is just to be kind to yourself, just to not be so hard on yourself. And, as I mentioned earlier, when I started off with Agile, part of it was just studying so much of what it looked like at other places. So, reading a lot of case studies or just at events, hearing talks from people, they're explaining how they use Agile, a particular Agile method for a project. And when I started using Agile for projects, and when I didn't see the results in the same way that they were initially presented to me, or when things went wrong, it was really easy to be hard on yourself. And so just understand that your Agile journey is not going to be identical to anyone else's. Everyone is not going to adapt to things immediately. Processes are not going to suddenly improve. Problems may not instantly disappear. All of that is okay. It is okay. And, just understand that, the process or the act of becoming Agile, being a high performing team, those things don't occur overnight. One of the things that was really, really eye-opening for me, and it really still is, but early on when I first started pursuing, formal training on Agile and pursuing certifications. And when I went to the first several courses, and I would see there were people there from organizations that, I considered to be at, really at the cutting edge, really had Agile, or were known, I should say, for having, for using Agile in their work. When I would see those people there and asking the same questions that I was asking, when I understood that they were also encountering the same issues that I was encountering, that was really eye-opening for me. And it just let me know that, things are not going to be perfect, but it's all about continuously learning and adapting as well. And so that rolls over to my next point here, tip number 5, and that is committing to continuous learning. That is something that is going to be really, really, really important for you to do and to understand. Simply introducing Agile into your environment, just coming there and saying, hey, this is what we're going to do, and just kind of dropping on your team and being hands off that's not going to cut it. It is just understanding once you kind of spark that flame, and if you want things to be successful, if you want the team and the organization to really adapt to it, you are going to have to commit to continuous learning about Agile, building your knowledge, and in turn, continuously helping to build the knowledge of your team and anyone else who you want to bring along on this Agile journey with you. And so some ways that you can grow, some ways that you can do this is by attending training. So as I mentioned, in my experience, what I did in my journey, I definitely sought out training, got some formal certifications, and definitely looked for different workshops and trainings on specific things, specific areas and pain points that I was encountering, the team that I was working with encountered. So definitely make way for that. Also, seek out mentorship. There are definitely people out there who have been where you are, who were at some point, they were there and trying to figure out a way to introduce Agile methods to their team, and they did it, or people who may have had problems with implementing certain aspects of Agile, but nonetheless seek those people out and ask them questions and get some proper guidance along the way. And then number 3 here is to join communities of practice and interest groups. And there are a lot of them out there. I know right now, one of the good things, because a lot of us, everyone is remote right now, is that a lot of these interest groups are online. It's really easy to find them. You can go on sites like Meetup and check out the Agile Alliance and Scrum Alliance as well. And these are also good places to encounter, again, people who are more experienced than you are, or kind of going through the same things, and where you can kind of seek out their help and to get some proper guidance along the way. And tip number 6 is to share your findings. And this is really important to do both internally with the team that you're working on, for yourself, and it's also really important to do that sharing your findings out to the community at large as well. And so some ways to do that is, number 1, hosting team retrospectives. And so, retrospective is it is a part of the Scrum Agile framework. However, you can really do them regardless of, I would say, if you're using a framework or not. And essentially, a retrospective is just a time or meeting to come together with your team. And in this case, I would recommend, if you're just starting out with Agile, just regardless of the framework, regardless of the methods that you're using, just find some time to come together as a team and to discuss what's working well, what's not working well, so that you can get that feedback early on and make the necessary adjustments. You might find out especially early on, you may find out, okay, this particular framework that we're using, these particular Agile methods that we're using, hey, maybe they sounded really great when I read about them. They sounded really great in that particular case study that I looked at, but for this team and the way that we work, maybe it's not working. So maybe we need to look at a different approach to Agile, maybe using a different method or framework. Another recommendation is to conduct training sessions. So again, as I mentioned, if you are the person who trying to spark agility in your organization with your team, you are going to have to do some training and some knowledge building. And so as you learn things, as you go out there and you get training and you are exposed to new teachings from mentors and those who are more experienced than you, and if it's nuggets of information that can help your team, then take those things back and host a talk, a little brown bag, a little virtual talk for your team in these times to kind of share that knowledge to them and help to bring them along the way as well. Third is to deliver presentations to your peers, so those outside of your organization. So find events, whether it's events like this one or others. It's important to share the things that you're experiencing, the things that are going well. Any new insights that you've discovered, because those things can help perhaps someone else to grow. They can help another team who might be in your shoes to grow, another person who's looking to spark that agility in their organization to grow as well. And on the same note, you can also do that by publishing articles, writing an article, and also through video as well, through video, and just sharing your thoughts online with others. Also, those are all ways that you can grow and help others to grow along the way as well. And just finally here, I just have some additional resources for you all to check out. Again, if you are at that early stage, where you want to help your teams to adopt Agile, you want to learn some more, these are some resources that I recommend. Again, first thing, if you haven't done it already, is to read the Agile Manifesto. Also, here's a Scrum Alliance and Agile Alliance. It's really two great resources that you can go to and get more information on different training and certifications that are out there. Then there's also Digital Gov, the Digital Gov Agile and Lean Community of Practice. This one is really, it's a listserv. And as I mentioned earlier, the importance of having those communities of practice and interest groups that you're a part of. This is an initial one to get you going as well, to get started. And, I always see periodically people send out emails about questions that they may have, issues that they may be encountering. It's also a good way that over the years I've been able to learn about different events and trainings that are going on as well. And then lastly, here's a Project Management Institute, another great resource they have some resources on Agile and some certifications that they offer there as well. So these are just some resources to get you started in your journey. So that is it for me. If there are any questions, feel free to ask them during this time. Otherwise, I guess I'll give a minute. Does anybody have any questions at all? And if you don't right now. I will, 1 second. If something does come to mind later, I'm just going to paste in here my my LinkedIn information in the chat there. So if you have any questions that come to mind later, if you want to connect at all, feel free to connect with me there. All right.
So we have a question from Holly. So does everyone on the team need to know Agile for the Scrum Master to get started, or do you have to train the team first in addition?
That's a good question, Holly, and thank you. I would say no, they don't. And I guess in this scenario that I was presenting here, like let me back up. So I would say oftentimes if they're made, the agility and the shift to it may just come from that one person. So no, the whole team doesn't need to know it first off. But whoever that person is, if it's a Scrum Master, if it's a project manager, some leader of any kind who wants to implement Agile, then it's their responsibility to help to bring everybody up to speed from there. Hope that helps to answer your question.
Great, thanks, Holly. And then we have a question from Mela. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. So their question is, did you collaborate with traditional project managers on an Agile project? If so, what was your greatest challenge, and how did you overcome to keep to a mostly Agile method?
I would say no. I haven't been in that situation where I've been sort of co-piloting a particular project, and there's a project manager who is really against Agile or doesn't know it, and there's that resistance. So I haven't been in that situation. I would say there have been instances where I've had to maybe step back and really to explain to people what it is. I'll give you an example. So I remember early on, again, just kind of getting a word of caution that that some people may be resistant to Agile, and it, again, as I mentioned early on, the thing that I found is that people are often resistant to it because they've had a bad experience somewhere along the way. Somebody gave them some bad information, and things just didn't go quite right. And I found if you just talk to those people, just kind of to take some time just to kind of meet them where they are and to understand their experience, and then to help to maybe guide them on the proper aspects of Agile, I should say, that's something that can go along the way. But I guess back to your original question, I haven't worked, co-led a project with another project manager who was just totally against it, and there was any resistance there, so no.
Did that answer? Great. And do we have any other questions? I have a question.
Sure.
So what is your thought on Agile? Well, I scroll up to the very, very top.
Agile. I guess I've never heard of that one in particular, but I'm guessing I have heard of those hybrid approaches out there where people try to blend the two together. So I haven't referred to it that way, but honestly, I think that, as I mentioned in the talk, if there's only one specific portion of a project or one specific phase that makes sense for Agile to be implemented, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. However, I will say that if you are going to do any type of blended approach, if it is waterfall based, I would say that at the very least that you at least try to increase the amount of communication within that approach. So just make sure that, I guess, if you are going to go from just delivering certain things in different phases, that along the way and at very frequent points, just to make sure that you're building in enough communication to get the proper feedback that you need to have, and to also to keep to keep the space for any changes to occur. So not to operate too rigidly, to be too waterfall driven, where you can't make any changes. So that's what I would say. Did that help to answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. And
You're
then looks like we have one more question from Ashley. So sorry I missed that earlier. This is a Scrum specific question.
Sure.
And she's wondering if there are any tips with work in thin vertical slices rather than plan the whole thing at once. Thinking, and Ashley, feel free to come unmute yourself if I said that wrong.
Hi, sorry, I didn't have my headphones in, so my audio might be bad. I'm just trying to figure out if you have any advice on getting the team to break the project down into like increments or all the way down into like thin vertical strips rather than having this, we have to plan the whole thing at once mentality, or even like feature specific sometimes of like, we need to have this whole thing figured out rather than seeing it as we can do something small and that something small can deliver value.
That's a good question. I will say on one hand, if I would still plan things out to a point, at least to understand the goal that you want to get to, where you're starting, where you want to get to. But actually drawing their attention, like you said, like taking some time with them to understand and to be able to identify how you can break that product down into pieces. And so, definitely if you're working with developers, maybe there are certain things that can't be broken down quite into different phases because there are some dependencies. But I would say at least take some time to work with them and to ask them, or to try to get them to see how they may be able to break that product down into pieces. So for example, with some of the projects that I'm involved with, so again, we may, that design phase might be the phase that we stop and really break down and use that agile approach, right? Where we are, we start out with putting some mock-ups together that reflect, the initial requirements, if you will, the initial features that we were given early on. And then from there, we will, just work in that iterative way. So we'll take those, work in 2 weeks and show the results. So, and I think part of it also is just kind of, it may take some time as well. So it may take some time for them to also see the benefits of doing it that way, to kind of showing them that there may be some, I don't want to say pressure, but breaking things down and just maybe concentrating on certain features in that, in those vertical slices just could help to take out a lot of risk of just building things or just planning things out and doing things all at once. So again, if you can just try to meet in the middle with them and just to see like what can possibly be broken down into phases and going from there. Does that help to answer your question?
Great, thanks. And we have 4 minutes left. So this is going to be the last call for questions. Anyone else? Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Well, thank you so much, Mike, for presenting. This was a really good session. And just so everyone knows, I went ahead and in the project team management Slack channel, I went ahead and created a thread off the announcement linking to Mike's LinkedIn. So thank you so much, everyone.
All right. Thank you all.
Hi, everyone. I'm not sure if you just saw my post, but our 4:30 speaker is having some internet issues right now. So as of right now, this talk is canceled. We're going to try and get him to record a session so we can post it later. So sorry about that, Jason. Yes, the next session that's in this room is canceled. Unfortunately, our speaker is having some internet issues. He's going to try and record it later, and then we'll get it posted online, or at least we're going to try and see if he can. For those who are just joining, we're sorry to say that this session is going to be canceled. Unfortunately, our speaker is having internet issues and can't present. We are going to try and see if he can record it, and we'll, if so, we'll definitely post it on our YouTube page and tweet it out. Hi, everyone who's just joining. I'm sorry to say that this session is going to be canceled. Our speaker is having internet issues at home and will be unable to join us. We are going to try to see if he is able to record this and get this posted later. Thanks, Mela. Hi, everyone who's just joining. Unfortunately, our speaker is having internet issues at home and is unable to present. We're going to try and catch up with him later to record it. And if we're able to get it, we'll be sure to post the link up on social media for everyone. Hi, everyone who's just joining. Sorry to say that our speaker is having internet issues, so this session is canceled. We're going to try and catch up with him later and see if he can record the session for us. Hi, everyone who's just joining. I'm so sorry to say that this next session is canceled. Unfortunately, our speaker is having internet issues right now and is unable to join us. We'll try and catch up with him later to record it and post it. We'll be sure to let everyone know if that happens. Hi, everyone for who just joined us. Unfortunately, this session is canceled. Our speaker is having internet issues at home and is unable to join us. We're going to try and catch up with him later to record and post this session. We apologize for the inconvenience. Hi for everyone who's just joining or is in the room. Unfortunately, our speaker is having internet issues at home and is unable to join us. We're going to try and catch up with him later to get a recording. We'll let you know if that happens and post it on social media. Thank you. Hey everyone, I see we're getting some folks straggling in. I'm sorry to say this session is canceled. Our speaker unfortunately has internet issues. I'm trying to put the slide up just to say it's canceled. Sorry, we'll try and get it posted at a later time. Hi all, I see some folks joining the room. Unfortunately, our speaker is having internet issues at home, so this session is canceled. I'm trying to update the Google Slides to put a notice up. We're going to try and catch them up later and repost.
Hi, Jen. This is Jess Steery. I'm going to be the room monitor for you today. I just gave you co-host rights. So if you're ready, I can stop sharing the rolling slides if you want to give it a try. If you're ready.
Sure.
If not, that's okay. We can wait if you're not ready. We have a few more minutes.
Give me just a minute.
Sure.
I'm like, I can share my setup if anyone's interested in watching it.
Hi, Jen. This is Jess Steery.
Okay. Okay. Got everything ready.
Okay, so let me go ahead and stop my sharing and you can take over. And just so you know, we'll go through the presentation. You've got about 30 minutes or so. And then at that point, if you're not already hitting a natural stopping point, I'll let you know and read out the questions that may come in from the chat box and allow you to then answer them.
Okay. So I do have I do have the chat window open.
It's up to you how you want to do it. If you want to, be watching that and answering questions at the same time, that's up to you. If not, we can just get to the, do all the questions at the end if you prefer.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so I think I can have it so that I can see the chat. So this is mostly just show and tell. Like I've got some Drupal stuff that's pretty cool that does this Granicus integration, and I want to sort of show everybody how it works. But I anticipate that there might be questions along the way, and so I'm going to keep the chat open. So if anyone wants to drop in anything as I'm talking about it, feel free. And I can say that again when I get started.
Yeah, absolutely. However you want to do it. Some speakers find looking at the chat and doing their slides at the same time harder to do than others. It's whatever you're comfortable with. So if you let everybody know at the beginning, then I'm sure they'll join in. As we get closer to the actual 5:30 timeframe, I will essentially kind of just welcome everybody, and then I'll turn it over to you, and I'll hit the record button, and then that'll be I'll mention that, and that'll be your cue to kind of take over.
Okay. Can you see, so with the sharing, I think I've shared my desktop. Can you see code right now?
I can, yes.
Okay. And then that's the browser.
Yes,
okay.
Can see it all.
making sure the switch there is going to work okay.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the ITCON room. We are going to get started in about 3 minutes. The next session in this room is Granicus meeting an asset importer using Drupal and feeds with Jen Lampton. So stand by for a few more minutes. We'll get started right at 5:30. Oh, and if there is anyone who is using the closed captioning, we recommend using the actual full Zoom desktop app. But if you're having any trouble getting access to the captions through the browser-based version of Zoom, we just recommend not using Chrome. Firefox and Safari seem to be working very well, but some users have reported some problems with Chrome. Okay, I have 5:30, so let's go ahead and get started. Welcome everyone to the ITCON room and to Drupal GovCon as one of our final sessions of the day. As a reminder, this session will be recorded. I'll start the recording in just a moment. If you haven't already, please mute yourselves. Feel free to use the chat box. And if we have folks that are watching on YouTube live who have questions for the speaker, please use our Slack channel for this particular track, which is coding and dev. You can post some questions there. I'll be monitoring that channel and I'll be able to ask Jen those questions when we get to Q&A time. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and hit the record button and turn it over to you, Jen.
Great. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Jen Lampton. I am a web developer. I've been working with Drupal for 13 plus years, maybe. I run a very small company called Generation Web Development out of California, and I do a lot of work on local government websites, particularly for the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, which is the site I'm going to be showing you guys today. This organization uses Granicus for their meetings, and I'm assuming most of you probably know what Granicus is already, or you wouldn't be in this session, but just for a really high overview, they provide this fantastic service that helps government organizations make all of the content of their meetings available to the public. And so that means that before the meeting, my agency is able to publish agendas and materials for that meeting online. And then when the meeting starts, there is a video recording that starts. When the meeting ends, the video recording is published on the website along with minutes and other information from that meeting. So if you have a requirement that all of your information be made public, Granicus is a really great solution to that problem. One of my favorite things about Granicus that I think is invaluable is that they also usually have timestamps for that meeting recording that match to exact points in the agenda. So people can read the agenda later, click on a link in the agenda and go to that exact part of the meeting to watch what happened in the meeting. So Granicus provides this really great service. A lot of government organizations use it. I think it's the only tool in the market. And it's something that they get a lot of value out of, but one of the things that's really hard for web developers to work with is that their APIs are clunky, not very well documented, questionably maintained. We've had a bunch of issues with stuff recently where you open a ticket with them and they say someone's working on it and months go by and you can't actually figure out if anyone's working on it or not. So what we decided to do for this particular project was make sure that all of the changes that they needed to be able to make to their meetings could be made on the Drupal side in case we did have any problems getting any changes made on the Granicus side, or if we needed to do something faster than they were able to produce it. I'm just going to take a minute and quit some applications that are making a bunch of noise on my computer, so apologies in advance. Okay. So before I dive into the integration between Drupal and Granicus, I want to do a quick show and tell of one of the websites. This is the MTC's primary website, and this is in particular the meetings section of that website. The requirement here was that they had to show all of the upcoming meetings for this organization and its related organizations in one place. So there's a really long list of all future meetings, but you also had to be able to browse for meetings that happened in the past. So if you wanted to be able to get agendas or watch videos for past meetings, those also had to be here. Because they have so many different kinds of meetings, they had requirements that you'd be able to like search for which particular group it is. You had to be able to search for a particular time span. So we built a lot of integration with the Drupal system by having a content type for meeting that had a whole ton of fields on it. And all those fields are pulling in information that was entered into the Granicus system. And then when it gets loaded into the Drupal site, we have the ability to build these listing using views and expose filters and all of the normal kinds of things you would do with data had it been just entered directly into Drupal. And what this does by using all of the normal Drupal building blocks is allow you to manage your meetings in the same way that you would any other content on your site. So this, for example, looks like a very simple meeting. What it's got here is just a title, a date, and then contact information. But if I'm to edit this particular meeting, this is just your normal Drupal backend edit form. You can see all of the options that are available here. So we have the normal node title, a meeting name. So this is, they have a very specific way meetings need to be named. And so having a field here with predefined options would make it so that you couldn't accidentally name a meeting with a typo or misspelling or just, I don't know, different order of words. Some of the meetings they have are closed sessions and not available for public to attend, but they still need to publish information about the closed sessions on their website. So we have a little check mark here so they can mark a meeting as being closed. If the meeting isn't going to have a live way to attend or view the meeting, then we turn off the microphone. So based on what they know about that meeting ahead of time, we have a little microphone icon that indicates that you can attend a meeting. If you can't attend the meeting, we hide the microphone. There's of course the date and time for a meeting, administrative contact information. If a meeting is canceled, they also still wanted to have it displayed on the website. So there's an option here that lets you say a meeting is canceled, and then it'll get like a line through it and say canceled. If the meeting has a defined location, then we can put in address information in a conference room. And thanks to COVID-19, we did a very quick adaptation this year, which made all of the meetings that had previously been entered with meeting locations, strip off the locations and add online attendee information instead. So we added a new attendee link field. So if they're meeting on Zoom, they can put in a Zoom link instead of a physical location where people can go. And then there's a whole bunch of documents that are usually associated with a meeting too. And these documents had to be pulled from, Granicus has a separate API specifically for documents and images and stuff. And so these are pulled from a separate API than information about the meeting. We can talk a little bit about that later. But this organization has a lot of different ways documents can be provided for meetings, and there are specific names for the way all of those documents are managed. And so they have one file that could be both the agenda and the minutes, one that's just an agenda. Sometimes the agenda is posted online instead of uploaded as a document, so we might want to have a link to it. There's a meeting packet, which could be a whole bunch of information that's handed out at the meeting. We can have a meeting handout. I don't know technically what the differences between those are. I'm not super involved in their internal naming of things, but I know that they're different. And then if you have other things that don't fit into any of the existing categories, there's an other documents section. Meeting minutes, though, is the one that's by far the most common. Almost every meeting has minutes posted before it or after it so that people can go and refer to what happened in the meeting. There's also a recording URL, and this is interesting because it's never populated before the meeting happens. This is something that is added after the meeting is concluded. So we can't just pull this information in once when the meeting's scheduled. We have to constantly be checking for updates. And after the meeting's done, we have to pull in the information again with any updates to it. And there's a couple of fields here that are unique to Granicus that I wanted to record on the Drupal side so that if we need to do any checking, like if for some reason the importer gets out of sync, we have a way to validate a particular meeting that we have on our site matches a particular meeting that they have on their end. And that way we can tell if we need to synchronize something after the fact. And I added this additional field for update trigger. It's not necessary, but it was something that I used for a while when we were having problems getting the meetings to update. I would be able to put something in on the Drupal side when the original import was coming in and then recalculate the same thing again later and compare those hashes to see what had changed. So it's not something that's used now, but it was useful for one point in time for making, like, for example, someone posts a new meeting agenda. Previous meeting agenda might have not been any different in terms of file size, in terms of file name. So trying to figure out how to get this Drupal node to realize that it needs to update based on the new information in the Granicus feed could be really hard. All right, so that is the anatomy of a meeting. The pages on the site, the meeting page itself, really straightforward. If we'd had a meeting with a physical location, there would also be a map here and instructions on how to get there. The meetings landing page, you guys already saw, has a lot of search ability for how to get meetings you might want. And then there's a bunch of subsections that also pull meetings. This is also just normal Drupal views stuff where you can have a list of meetings in a sidebar on a different page. Here's the microphone I was talking about earlier. Here's a meeting with a location. Let's see if there's a map. Yep, there's a map. Tells you how to get there. And then we have meetings on the home page in another format. That'll allow people to tell directly from the home page if there's an upcoming meeting they want to know something about. So from the Granicus side, they have a bunch of APIs. On the Drupal side, we have a bunch of tools that we can use to pull in information from different sources. I couldn't find a tool that already existed within Drupal that worked with the APIs that Granicus already provided, but we did find the Drupal module feeds that can be adapted to work with almost any feed. The API from Granicus does not produce feeds necessarily in the sense that you need to pull in information. So what we ended up doing was hiring a Java developer to work with the Granicus APIs to generate a feed that the Drupal site could use to pull in information. So it's a little sort of a three-step process. We go and get all of the information about the meetings from the Granicus API. We then take all of that information and go and get all of the documents associated with each meeting from the Granicus document API. And then we have a feed that we can use for the Drupal site to ingest. And this organization also has a requirement that these meetings need to always be up to date. And so on the Drupal side, we're checking that feed every 15 minutes to see if there's any new content or anything that's changed since the last time we've pulled it in. That means the JavaScript that's running and hitting these other APIs from Granicus also needs to be running every 15 minutes to make sure that we're getting all of the information on time delivered to the website. So at most, there's usually a delay of half an hour between a change happening, someone entering it into Granicus, and it showing up on the website. So from the feed side, I have, let's see, I have the module turned off. Course. So feeds is a module in Drupal that has a bunch of different parts that you can string together. So feeds is the base module that just allows you to pull in content. And then there's a bunch of little plugins that you can get to work with feeds. So you can see from this list of modules that we've got a lot of different stuff going on. There's a feeds extensible parser module. There's a feeds add-on that allows you to attach different headers. There's a feeds tamper tool, and I use this really heavily. This allows you to take data from one source and transform it into a different kind of data. So a lot of the fields on the Granicus side are just empty text field. So like an address is entered into a text area, or a date is just typed in. And on the Drupal side, there's a bunch of typed data. So an address needs to be split into, you know, a city, a zip code, a state, a street, building information, and the date needs to be turned into a Unix timestamp. And so having the ability to take the data from the Granicus source and translate it into the format that Drupal expects to receive it in is also really important. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on the user interfaces. This is the admin UI module in the feeds admin UI module, so you can see how these work. This site does have a handful of custom code. I'm not sure if you saw that module there. There's a module here called MTC feeds. And most of the custom code on the site, I can go through a little later if you're more curious about it, but it contains exports of configurations that had already been set up. So this is, you know, alternative to using something like features module. And it includes specific tampers. So the ability to translate from one format to another. There were a bunch of specific cases that weren't covered by standard tampers. And so we wrote custom ones to handle things like addresses. Okay, so let's go to the feeds importer section. And the site runs a couple of them, but the meetings is the most exciting one. So we are going to override our meetings importer. So the way that this feeds importer works is that we have a standalone form on the site, and that was really important because we wanted our administrators to be able to rerun the importer if they had to. So I'm just going to go show you what that looks like really quick. This is the form that'll run the import. It has a URL where it's going to retrieve all of the events, and when you hit the import button, it'll start pulling in meeting events from the external source and adding them to the Drupal site. If they already exist on the Drupal site, they will check to see if they need to be updated. And if they do, it will update the information that's already stored in the meeting on the site. And we had a couple of instances where something needed to be updated immediately. So we can't wait that half an hour for it to get pulled in normally from the importer. And having an interface like this where an administrator can log into the site and hit import is really helpful. Let's see. This particular importer pulls a meeting from an external source. It uses XML format, so our feed was generated and created in XML. And that was, I don't know, we could have chosen any other format since we were creating the feed ourselves, but that's what we landed on. The parser is what figures out how to map specific parts of the XML feed to specific fields on the Drupal side. And so here we have all of the fields in the XML field are here on the right, and all of the Drupal stuff is on the left. And so if you go to mapping down here at the bottom, you can see how like the ID mapped to the meeting ID. This was the stuff specifically for Granicus. Unique ID is another Granicus identifier. And then all of the stuff that we need to manage in Drupal, like the title and the agenda and the location, all of the stuff is filled in one field at a time. A lot of this stuff is pulled from one source on the Granicus side and copied into multiple sources on the Drupal side. And we have a lot of mappings as to how you can do stuff like that through the tamper system. So if I just go and look at the tamper system, you can see, for example, the meeting name can sometimes have a date in it, and we don't want the date showing up on our website. So in this case, we remove the date from the name. We have another one. This is an example where we converted the date, where in Drupal we need it to be in a Unix timestamp. It came in as a string, so we have a tool here that will allow us to convert the string to a timestamp. I think we even used the date that we pulled off of the meeting name as the date for here, because they didn't have a specific date field for handling that on the feed for some reason. We have a bunch of stuff going on in the location because that was a giant text area. So to try and figure out how to translate the text area into a normal address field, We also ended up copying the entire contents of that text area into a text area in Drupal 2, so that if we had any problems with the mapping of the address, we'd be able to tell what the problem was either in how the address was formatted or in how our parser was trying to read it. File fetcher, this is a little tricky because there isn't a very clean way to download a file from an external source and save it on your Drupal site. We ended up finding a sandbox module that handled file downloads, and we were able to adapt it a little bit to work specifically for this purpose. We found that there were some problems with the media manager from Granicus where sometimes you'd request a document and return a 404 error. And that was really hard on the Drupal site because it would look at that and go, oh, hold on, this document's changed, let me go grab it. And then it would grab a copy of the 404 response. And so we had to build in some special protections to make sure that, that was a valid response before we updated the file on the Drupal side. So there's a couple of just customizations in there specifically based on the way that our source of the documents was behaving. There's a couple of other things like pulling the video URL in. There were a couple of different ways to do that. What we ended up doing was pulling a unique ID from the Granicus side and then constructing the URL out of that unique ID because there wasn't a URL that we could grab directly from their end, but we could build one. So there's a little customization in how to handle the URL creation on our end too. And then we have, we're not using this update trigger anymore. I mentioned that was a problem before, but there's some other stuff in there. Finding and replacing, we had for email addresses, this organization went through a domain name change recently where a bunch of different organizations merged into one. And so we had a bunch of email addresses change. And so we wanted to make sure that if any of the email addresses had been entered into Granicus before the change, when they got pulled into the Drupal site, they got translated into the new correct version of the email address afterwards. So some stuff like that. So that's a lot of technical stuff about how to set things up on the Drupal side. I want to go ahead and run an import so we can see how that goes. Fingers crossed my computer doesn't crash. This feed is about, I think, 600 items right now. And so the process of running an import can take up to 3 minutes. We found for some reason on Acquia's East servers, it took hardly any time at all. On Acquia's West servers, it takes a lot more time, which is very strange because all the websites on the West Coast and the documents are on the West Coast, but there's some routing issue that's making it take a lot longer. So we're going to let this go and look at some other stuff while it's importing. There's a lot of stuff going on. So this meeting importer was something that we set up for their primary website. And then as we started making other websites for this organization, we found that other parts of the organization also needed to use Granicus for the same reasons. And so we adapted this to work on several other websites. This is an organization that recently has combined with the MTC, and it has the same meeting handling with importing from Granicus, but a much simpler display. It also has a lot fewer meetings than you'll see on the main MTC site. We have another website, again, same thing, hardly any meetings compared to the primary site, but using the same importer. And third site we have here, slightly more meetings than the last one, but this also integrates different type of content. So instead of just pulling in meetings, it also pulls in events and webinars. So the great thing about using feeds as a solution is that once we already had the feed created by pulling all the information we needed from Granicus, we could use the same modules on all of these sites to pull all the content in. So we have one module that defines the importer itself. And we have one module that contains all of the information you need to know about the meeting itself. And then we have a module that contains all of the customizations for the data if it needs to be translated. And so as long as our information from the type of meeting, so every one of these sites might have different requirements for fields on meetings. So as long as the information that's in the module that defines the meeting matches the information in the mapping, you can take the same sort of suite of things and put them on any given site and still pull in meetings information in the same way. So I feel like I've been talking straight for 20 minutes or so. And I would love to know if anyone has any questions specifically about how we did this, or what we're planning on doing when we move these sites to Drupal 8, which is what we're working on right now, or Drupal 9 in some cases, or anything that I haven't covered that you're curious about. I can't see the Slack channel because I quit that because it was making noises. But if anyone wants to see, post anything in the Zoom group chat, that's a great place to do it. Because all of this work that I've done with the meeting importer is very custom to this particular site and their use of Granicus, I haven't found a good way to extrapolate it into something that I thought might make a good contributed module for Drupal, but it is something that I have had on my mind for a while. The fact that we're using a bunch of Drupal contributed modules already and sort of clicking them together in a specific way is really handy. And then the only parts that are really custom are the creation of the content type for meetings and the mapping of how we get the information out of the Granicus feed into the Drupal site. The hardest part by far was working with the Granicus API. And I have that experience working with any API. It's also, you know, not Drupal, which is my expertise. So when you're working with something else and you're running into all the same problems, like Drupal's not, well, it's arguable how well Drupal's documented. Some people say it's way too well documented, but sometimes it's hard to work through the Drupal documentation to figure out how it works. It's the same way when you're learning something new, like learning with the Granicus API, how to figure out how to get the information you need out of it. There was a lot of trial and error in that part. There's one question in the Zoom group chat that says, will you need to rehire a Java developer to revise the connector code for Drupal 8 and 9? The answer to that is no, because the Drupal developer, or sorry, the Java developer that we hired for the first one, she made us a feed that we use to import all of the data. And because the Granicus information isn't changing and the information in that feed isn't going to change, the only thing we need to worry about is how we ingest the information from that feed. So all of the stuff that we've already done in terms of exposing that information to a place where our site can pull it in does not need to be touched at all for Drupal 8 and 9. All we need to do is figure out how to get our website onto Drupal 8 and 9, and then how to get the information from the feed into the website. We have decided to go a very different route than using feeds in Drupal 8 and Drupal 9. Instead, we've written our own parser that will parse this feed and pull in the information. And part of that was because, you know, we did use a handful of modules in Drupal 7 in order to get all of the pieces working we needed with feeds, and not all of those modules were ready for Drupal 8 and 9. And our developer thought that it would be much more affordable to write our own feeds importer for our very specific use case of pulling in information from this feed that we'd created than it would be to try and port all of the modules that we're currently using for Drupal 8 and Drupal 9. All right, I'm going back to check on the import. It is, let's see, about a third of the way done. So I'm not sure this will finish. This is also running from my local computer, which is considerably slower than the server that we're using. But yeah, maybe I can do it on a smaller site. That will be really fast. Let's see. Okay, so this, blame Zoom. Yeah, it's a good idea. It's good to blame something. Okay, so this is by far the shortest set of meetings is for this Bay Area Regional Collaborative site. And so what I'm going to do is go to the import page, choose, actually go to the import page, choose the meeting importer, import, oh maybe, well, no, I'm going to be doing both. Sorry, computer. Hey, that was really fast. So the feed that we've made for this particular website is a separate feed than the one that we use for the main website. We were able to do all of the filtering for which meetings we want on which site in the feed generation piece. And so it was able to go out and check that feed, realize that there's no new items, and come back. If we wanted to do something a little bit more exciting and delete all the meetings that are currently on the site, we could do that too. And then we can run the importer again. Looks like there are currently 20 meetings. It'll go back through and pull all the information back in. So we have had a couple of instances where meeting information didn't update on our site fast enough. And so some of our editors would log in and make the changes to our meetings. And so we just have to make sure that the editors know that the next time that that importer runs, it's going to override any changes they've made to that content. So most of the editors who work on meetings only work in Granicus and they don't work in Drupal. And so that makes it pretty easy to make sure all of the changes always go in upstream and get pulled back down to our site. All right, so we were in the importer. This is on the Bark site, and it pulled in 20 meetings for the Bay Area Regional Collaborative. Every one of these meetings has a location, a conference room that it's assigned, an agenda, meeting minutes, and if it's happened already, it'll have, meeting minutes and a video recording. So this video recording will take you directly to Granicus, where it has the meeting. You can watch the video all the way through, or if you want to, you can click directly on some particular part of the agenda and jump right to that part of the meeting. So it's a really great tool. Integration is tricky. So that's why I'm doing this talk. Does anyone else have any questions on how it was done or anything you want to see? If you don't have any questions, I'm going to show you code.
So in trying to go forward to Drupal 8/9, the resistance on that was because much of feeds wasn't ready or isn't ready.
Yeah, so the feeds module itself is ready. It was a lot of those little glue modules that we needed that weren't ready. So if we hadn't needed a bunch of customizations to make the feeds importer work with our particular feed, then it would have made more sense to just use the pieces that were there. But because we have all of these very specific things like bringing in files and making sure the headers are set correctly and all this other stuff, it got really complicated in terms of how many moving pieces there were. And if we were to write our own custom importer, we would only need to write things one way for one use case, and it would be a lot easier. So it just ended up saving our developer time to do it that way.
Did you look at migration as an option?
Like
migrate module?
We didn't, and there's I'm not super familiar with that, but there's probably a way that you could hook a migrate module up to an existing feed, but I haven't tried it. I think that the big thing was because we already had all of the code for the mappings and the tampers and everything. It was pretty easy to just drop those into a custom module or would apply them exactly where it was needed. I wasn't actually the one writing code for the Drupal 8 and 9 stuff, so I don't know. I don't know.
We use migrate a lot for that kind of thing on Drupal 8. It works out pretty nicely.
That's great. All right, I'm going to show you some code.
Cool.
All right, let's see. Let's look at, this is the Drupal 7 feeds module. It contains, I'm not sure, my font is probably too small, but it contains a subfolder of example feeds. So this is what my feed item might look like. And this is specifically so that I can do a bunch of tests. I'll try and pull out ones that I know are particularly problematic and put them in my example file. So if we make any changes, we can run the test and make sure that it works for everything that we thought we had working before. In addition to the examples, we have the importers themselves. So this is just an export of what a feeds importer would look like. So after I construct it in the user interface, here, there's an export button. Hey, there my content's importing. That's going to take a minute. This page. Okay, so you can go ahead and export feeds importer, and it'll just give you a chunk of PHP code. And so that was just dropped directly into a file that's then loaded on the MTC site. And this allows us to version control configuration changes to that file. We also have a bunch of plugins. For the most part, all of the plugins for our feeds are tampers. So they'll take data in one format and translate it into another one. And then there's a tampers folder in here, and this holds a configuration export of the tamper. So in the tamper section, you add all of these mappings between, all of this importing is going to be making a bunch of messages. You can export all of the tampers for a specific beads importer. Also in here are this is just the code that loads the stuff from the subdirectories, just kind of organization code. Oh, I had a bunch of integrations with the Granicus system before it switched to its Baja system, and some of the unique identifiers for the content had changed. So this is just some sort of legacy code to make the old stuff work with the new stuff. But yeah, it was pretty easy to handle that all as part of the importer, so that if I had to check and see if a meeting was updated and the ID had changed, I could just compare it and say, does this old one match this new one, rather than comparing the old numbers to the old numbers. Or no, I said that backwards. Just a mapping. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else you guys specifically want to see, but.
Thanks, Jen. I don't see any questions coming in through Slack. So at this point, we'll just kind of leave it open to the attendees and to you. If you guys want to either post additional questions or unmute yourselves and ask. If not, then I guess we can go ahead and end a few minutes early. Thanks for your time, Jen. Really appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and stop our recording. Okay. And again, remember the Slack channel. We don't have Slack channels for every single session. We've broken them out by session tracks. So feel free to continue the conversation in Slack if you are interested. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, everyone.
Thanks, Jen.